Good evening and welcome to tonight's meeting of the Lunenburg Select Board. Today is Tuesday, March 11th. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Always. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
In accordance with the requirements of the open meeting law, please be advised that this meeting is being recorded and broadcast live over the Lunenburg Public Access channel, on Facebook Live on the Public Access Facebook page, and will be uploaded to the Lunenburg Access YouTube channel after the meeting. The agenda lists all the topics which may be discussed at the meeting and are those reasonably anticipated by the chair. Votes may be taken as a result of these discussions. Not all items listed may in fact be discussed, and other items not listed may also be brought up for discussion to the extent permitted by the open meeting law. So we're going to start with our 6 o'clock joint meeting with the school committee, and I'll ask Brian to call the school committee to order.
6:05 p.m. and I call the school committee meeting to order.
All right. Well, thank you everyone for being here tonight and for joining us for this joint meeting of the Select Board and the school committee. The Select Board invited you guys here tonight after a discussion we had about the need for more communication between the Select Board and the school committee after reflecting on last year's budget process. And I appreciate the fact that you guys accepted our invitation and are here with us tonight. I hope that this meeting will be the start of increased collaboration between the Select Board and the school committee. There's a long list of items that we will need to work together on. But of course, we have an immediate issue which needs to be addressed tonight, which is the budget. So that is what we will be focusing on. The goal of this meeting is to give the town manager and the superintendent guidance on how to move forward with the budget. So we have a couple decisions that we have to make tonight. The first is, do we want to put an override on the ballot this year? If not, are we interested in using free cash and one-time funds to close the gap as much as possible? And Jen will speak to what she's willing to do and what she would ask of us in return in order to feel comfortable utilizing one-time funding this year. So we'll pass it off to Jen to speak to that option.
Sure. So first of all, thank you to both the school committee and the select board for your agreeing to meet this evening. Certainly that these are more than challenging times, you know, to the extent that communities hoped that last year was a blip and not the reality. I think we're all understanding that we are in a new financial reality presently. So recognizing that there's a lot of decisions to be made, none of them are easy. They impact a lot of folks one way or another. So we know that there is a sizable gap with the school budget, and there's also a gap with the town budget. For school committee members, for you to know, I have been watching your meetings, but you may not be aware of some of what our gaps are. And so the town, in my proposed budget, I did reduce, which I think the select board is going to be talking about later, but I reduced the payment management line down to 0. That's about $550,000. We had a little bit of a structural deficit going with healthcare to a certain extent. So the challenges are real. And so I think that for the superintendent and myself, really we're looking for these bodies to obtain some guidance about what direction you'd like to see us go. Certainly an override is possible this year. To kind of cut to the chase, it is my professional opinion that we should not pursue an override this year, that we should pursue an override for next year. There's a number of factors that are playing into that recommendation. I think the most pressing is we don't really have a good sense of what the economy is going to do outside of Lunenburg, but that will impact Lunenburg over the course of the next year. I am watching our revenues very closely. We're about to get our receipts in for a motor vehicle excise tax, and I'll be watching that closely because I made some adjustments to our local receipts, and I need to see if we're going to be able to meet those benchmarks. So that's kind of the macroeconomics is one of the things that I think is driving this. Just my recommendation tonight, that's driving that. Two is I think that for our taxpayers, I think that it's right that we endeavor to really do a good multi-year forecast, whether or not it's a multi-year override, but that we undertake the task between now and next year is to really forecast that out. And so that we can, with a straight face, go to the taxpayers and say, what is the trends, and is this going to be continuing in the future? So that's the second reason why I think it's not wise for this year. The third is the superintendent is retiring after a long career here, and I think that there's a lot of kind of discussions that are potentially in the works between school department and town departments about whether there's any efficiencies that can be realized through some more collaborative efforts. I think that those discussions need to take place with the next superintendent. And let me think if there's any other reasons why no. So those are all the reasons why I do think, and to state it plainly, does the town of Lunenburg need a override? In my opinion, yes. There is no question about that we need an override, in my opinion. So it is not, let me clarify that, to maintain the level of services as they currently stand, okay? I think that in order to go forward to our taxpayers, I would like to say that we have left no stone unturned in bringing that number to them of what that override is, and I don't feel prepared to do that for May for a variety of those reasons. That said, I'm going to say something that I never thought I would say, ever, in a public meeting as a town manager, which is I am willing to explore the opportunity of using one-time funds, specifically free cash, as a stopgap measure for this year, provided that we take a serious look at a 3 to 5 year forecast, and that work starts now, that there is a commitment to pursue an override in the future. We can't control what happens once we bring it to the voters, but we can control bringing it there, that we have serious conversations about cost containment across the board and reductions where able, and that the understanding that not only are these one-time funds that shouldn't be used in an operating budget, but this would be a one-time appropriation. So if we found ourselves in a similar position next year, I think that using those one-time funds, first, I don't think that we're going to have probably that level of free cash for a number of reasons, but that would not be the expectation that this would be ongoing.
One of the things that came out of the budget task force were a list of recommendations, and it's clear to me, having gone through that process, that we need a joint override, that the override that we did last year was a stopgap measure, and that we need to change how we fund the town and the school district at the same time in order to make sure that we don't have perpetual budget crisis. The other thing, and like if we get the money now, I obviously would take the money now, but I think it might be more prudent to wait till next year for another reason. We need to figure out how to shape the school district in a way that allows us to live within the means we are going to have. The economy is going to get worse. We are approaching a dark storm of chaos. It has been brought upon us by Washington, D.C. It will not get better. And so we need to realize we're going to have to fix this ourselves. And that starts with like rethinking each and every component of the school district. And I don't think we have time to do that this year. Like we really need to rethink everything. Put every single piece on the table, go through it line by line. And I feel like having done this now 2 years in a row, that the nip and tuck process without a 3 to 5 year vision means that we could end up boxing ourselves in the corner. Like you're the person that's painting the floor in the kitchen, and then all of a sudden you realize that you can only get out by climbing across the cabinets. And I feel like we're we're not in that position, but if we keep going down this road, 3 more times or 5 more times, I think it's gonna be 5 more times, that's my guess, that we're gonna have bad budgets for 5 more years. And then we're gonna be stuck with, like, we can't resuscitate the school district in a way that's meaningful. The other thing is, like, obviously, I think it was a mistake not to regionalize. It was a bigger mistake in hindsight because the rules and funding mechanisms for towns that didn't regionalize basically got short shrift in legislation. But like, all of those things are givens. We know them. We've got to make structural changes that work within what we're given. And I don't think that doing an override now would allow us to go in good faith to the taxpayers and say, we've done everything we can. That's my personal belief. I just think that we have too many things undone before we go there. But I do think, and I said this when Michael Ray asked me, I think we need one more override, and then we need to work on the CPA, and that's it, right? Like, those are the only forms of hope that we have. We cannot count on Beacon Hill to deliver us hope. We cannot count on Washington, D.C. to deliver us hope. We need to be self-reliant and do this ourselves.
And if I could just add to that through you, I think that we need to see what the results of the master plan are and what potential new growth could be yielded with some reasonable zoning changes. But because the other way that we can control things ourselves is by development, whether it's commercial industrial or whether it's residential. New growth is new growth, and new growth has not been great. More recently, you benefited in Lunenburg from years of great growth that's slowing down, and now our budgets are not slowing down proportionally.
Well, this isn't really a structured conversation. Anyone can speak at any time, but Dr. Burnham, I did want to give you an opportunity to speak as well at the beginning. Is there anything that you wanted to say for this conversation?
I would like to say that I've really appreciated having the conversations that I have had with the new town manager. Makes me a little bit sad that I will be retiring, because I think that we could have done some really, really good, strong work together.
I agree.
And I have no doubt that whoever the school committee selects to come in and take the chair will do a good job partnering with you as well. So there's good work to do. We just need to get to it.
All right, so Jen, you're recommending that we're not doing an override this year. We had Tony speak. You are not interested in pursuing an override this year.
I would, if we had an organization like we did last year, ready to go, I would 100% support it. I don't think we have enough time between now and when we have to put things on the warrant for town meeting to make that happen. So I think it's essentially impossible, even if I do support it, but it is impossible to get it started. I also think that it would be better next year. So I think I would never say no to free money.
Okay.
Kara, Laura, sorry.
I have concerns that, I have concerns that this is gonna leave us behind. That if we take free cash, it's not gonna go into the school budget, and now we are even further behind for next year. Which, last year we said in the override, we said this is only a stopgap measure. We need systemic changes in town for next year, and nothing happened. And we said, if we don't make changes for fiscal year 25, we're gonna be back here again, and nothing happened. So I am very concerned that we're just gonna end up here again next year and nothing will have changed. The master plan has been in progress for a long time. I'm not sure where we are on that. I don't even know when the last meeting was. I would like to see more increased economic development in town, but I'm not sure how much faith I have that that's going to be a quick thing or an easy thing or something that will come to fruition in the end. But my concern about not doing an override is that free cash does not go into the budget, and now we're even further behind again next year, and now we're making even more cuts. We made cuts last year. The school system is not level funded from where it was last year. So if every year we're just chipping away, the kids are getting less and less and less every single year.
I have a couple of questions. Sorry, Mr.
Go ahead.
I have some thoughts, but I just have a question, which is when we talk about override, if we were to do an override this year, how much money are we talking about is actually needed? And I know that we have, and we're meeting with you guys, so I'm asking from the school side, just how much money is needed to actually bridge this
For the
gap?
school side, if we wanted to bridge the gap between the town manager's budget and the level service budget, it would be $1,913,460.
So we'll say 2 million, and that's not including a $500,000 one-time transfer, correct?
Correct.
All right, so 2 million, roughly, that's $400 a household, roughly.
409.
Before you get there, I would say that we would, if that was the case for this year, we would be at minimum talking about restoring the pavement management line. So that's $550,000. And there was, for those that watched my presentation, the debt service that we're paying is some of that reduction. It's a little over 300,000. Some of it's offsetting the capital plan. The rest is offsetting the budget. Offsetting the capital plan is fine. So I would want to incorporate that 110,000 as well. So without changing anything, 660,000 to be added to that.
So the total, I mean, just the bottom, because just of what we're talking about, the bottom line is almost 3 million, $600 a household.
No.
No, it would come out, so.
The net benefit spread across the town and the schools would be 3 million.
Correct.
Because she would not be supplementing or having these discussions about taking one-time money and sticking it in the schools.
Right.
The 2 million would cover our costs, and she could go and spend the pavement management money and the debt service savings and those kinds of things.
That wouldn't be addressing any of the town needs or the town.
No, it's
Well,
just
yeah.
leveling
Yeah,
it.
that's just level.
Okay, so
Renee.
2.6.
That is for 1 year.
Yep.
That's not
Yes.
future planning at all. You want to add a third shift for firefighters. We have
Correct.
contracts on the town side. You have
Correct.
contracts on the school side.
Correct.
We'll be back here next year if we just meet.
Yeah, that's what we said last year too.
I mean, last year,
That's what we said last year too.
I don't think anyone expected to have a 15% increase this year. I think everyone was like doubled, I mean,
Yeah.
more than double.
We did say we'd be
I
back
mean,
here
holy
next year.
crap. I am absolutely not comfortable in override this year just for that 3 million, whatever that, for one time.
Can I just jump in here? I do want to ask a question about the budget task force. Did you guys do any sort of exploration for what? Because obviously the context of the creation of the budget task force was the fact that we desperately needed an override last year to close the gap. Did you guys really look into this, and did you consider what an override this year would look like? Was that part of your discussion?
We didn't talk about overrides.
We didn't talk about an override because I was under the impression that it was something that was separate and apart from what we were doing. And what Laura just said, that unless we have a cohesive theory of how to propose this to the town and spend the money, they're always just going to be a stopgap. And that's why we instead looked at other plans that would provide long-term stability. You know, one of the things that was really important after reviewing the finances was we had to figure out what the finances said. And it's clear that that is not going to happen. I mean, my understanding from the meetings is there was no desire to have a forensic accounting firm come in and look at the money. And I understand why you don't want to do that, but like, you know, the library found significant amounts of money in an old trust fund set up in the 1800s because our taxes or our books, according to Carter, were just a disaster. Like the chart of accounts was incredibly complex. And so like, if we don't know what we have, we can't go from there. And so like, all of the things that we recommended, we're trying to avoid stopgap measures. Because, you know, like if you look at every recommendation, other than the forensic accounting, it was, this is something we could do, we could spend this money and then recoup money plus more in the long term. I just don't think, you asked me this question, I don't think that this town has enough of an appetite for taxes and enough of a base to support them to do what towns like Weston do and have an override every year. Now, if that changes, that would be different, but like, we just can't do that. And so I thought, I think that we all thought that that was not something that we needed to look into for that reason, that it was just a stopgap.
I think it was a huge stretch, aggressive, right? Like, the charter was written to be all encompassing, just to catch all, but I think actually the benefit was what we're doing here now, getting people together across departments and talking, and we had, Dr. Gilson had just started, it was her first meeting, her first week. Ezekiel was, still trying, FY '24 hadn't been closed, I mean, still getting his legs. So I think what came, maybe the biggest benefit was kind of an orientation, getting everyone to the table. We heard from union reps. We heard, what the pain points are for them, what they're dealing with. We heard the needs. We talked about solar panels on the school parking lots as possible revenue.
The assessor, that was an eye-opener.
We looked into
Split
split
tax
tax rate hard, because we looked at Maynard and compared to that. So, yeah, no,
Mr. Beardmore.
What you didn't do is what I expected you to do when this charter was first proposed.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that to be accusatory.
I think that was a hope.
But the expectation that you set last year when you proposed this was that we were gonna look at really what does it cost to run this thing, project it out and figure out where our revenue, what the gap was and how to close it. And in my opinion, where we've spent a lot of time are opportunities that lie in the margins, but not really in the middle of the sheet, right? In center mass in terms of solving the problem. What the town manager described and what Mr. Schoolambrini described, I think is what we need. Based on my experience from the last year, I think even that is aggressive. Like, if we follow your proposal and spend this one-time money and go about it this way, there are a lot of risks associated with that, as we're just touched upon, right? The free cash that we're at right now is probably not going to continue.
No.
Part of this money, the reason why we're not doing pavement management is because we have a windfall in Chapter 90. I don't know how long that's going to last, right? Like, there's other things here that are unlikely to continue. We've got to make sure that we have a plan to chip away this thing and come with a real proposal. And Renee, your comments are absolutely right. Like, we're taking hits left and right every day over the last several months about the fact that we're not running lean, and we have not run as lean as the town has over the course of the last, several years. Well, the reality is that it's our opinion that we shouldn't be running lean, given the consequentiality of the subject matter that we're dealing with, the education of our kids. We're not running town hall on Fridays. We're running a police department that we have not met the staffing plan that we all agreed to 10 years ago. We have a fire department that is dealing with unexpected additional requirements as a result of what's going on with healthcare and our building in town. Like, there are we have a plethora of part-time employees who are not on benefits. And as a result of that, we're dealing with churn and quality issues and errors. There are so many needs. Tom used to say when he and I first got involved in town government 2 decades ago, we need to have a conversation about what we want our government to be and what we want to pay for it. And figure out how to make those two connect. You probably said that 24 times in meetings that I've been at. And that is exactly what we need to do right now, but I think that that's a really, we need a plan now to be back here in a year from now with that proposal, because that's a lot of work to do it.
Karen?
Well, my thought, first to get the big one out of the way, my thought on the override is, of course, if we did an override in the past, we'd be happy to have the money. I have no problem putting it on a ballot, but I do not, in my heart, believe it would pass. For all the reasons that Jen cited, the economy is quite different right now than it was last year, and we have run that one more time. We've already did the override. I think that people don't understand, because people keep telling me on the street or whoever, why didn't you do it for more money? How did they think we were going to save the money? that I think people don't understand, that you have to spend all in a school district that is not a regional. You have to spend every penny in your budget that year. You can't save more for a rainy day. That just is not something you can do. In a regional, yes, you can, but not in a municipal school committee. My question tonight was, if we did an override and we put extra money in it, can the town save it legally for an educational purpose? See, I didn't think so. So there's not much we can do with that.
Well, I disagree with that premise, but that's a different story.
But,
Can I just
Yeah.
answer that one question?
Yeah, sure.
So you can, it's complicated, I will say, having just gone through this exercise last year where we tried to do a multi-year override, so an override that would last, when I say that, it's an override that will last through more than one fiscal year, is that you can set the override amount that basically recaps your levy limit, and you don't have to appropriate to that. But that becomes an incredibly difficult thing for taxpayers to understand and to trust, because you're saying, okay, I'm just gonna throw numbers out. Let's say we got a $6 million override. Well, at town meeting, if we only appropriated out 2.56 million of it, that excess levy capacity is sitting there next year. It would hit the taxpayers that next year when you then appropriate again, but you can keep, so there are communities that are not levy limit communities, right? So those communities have had excess levy capacity, and they are allowed to just increase until they hit that without a Proposition 2.5 override.
Wow.
So, but for those on a fixed income, it is much more impactful because they don't have the control of having to go to the ballot box and vote again.
The other
Yeah.
methodology was the one we used last time we tried one, 2014 or something like that, where we didn't do the excess levy capacity idea because that makes people uncertain.
Yeah.
We said, we're going to raise it to this and we're going to levy to that, but we're going to make sure that we put in the stabilization fund for the first part of the override. We want this override, for instance, to last 8 years. For the first 4 years, you're actually banking money, and for the last 4 years, you're taking money out. So you're building up a buffer, funding everything, knowing you still have a 2.5 each year, and then by the end of 8 years, that'll cover 8 years. That's what we attempted to do. It did not pass, but again, the demographics of Lunenburg in 2014, 2013 was sizably different than it is now.
Quite different.
So I think you can explain that to people, and they wouldn't have that impact, although you could do that approach as well. I mean, I think a lot of this, what we're talking about when we talk about overrides, is how you structure the narrative.
That approach would kind of put you behind the 8 ball at that 8-year mark, though, right? Because you would have to sort of overcompensate for the money that you've been spending from that savings.
Well, I mean, you'd be buffering in the front, it's like.
Right, but when you get to 8 from a.
Well, I mean, but any override is gonna have a life.
Yeah.
I mean, we passed one in 90 before last year's, what was the last one we
In the 90s.
passed in 93 or something?
Yeah.
So that lasted 22 years, 32 years.
In my head, though, I'm just thinking, like, the spending trend you're on versus the revenue trend. Like, having that excess levy capacity and levying to your spend on a year-to-year basis versus leveling that out over an 8-year period, but your spending is gonna be much higher in year 8, it puts you in a more dire situation to pass another override in that 8th year, in my mind, logically.
No, I don't think it'd put you in the same position. Well, if you had 8 years, let's just say all things being equal, it was linear, which of course they never are, but let's just say you average it out linear. You raise the amount of money that you would need in year 4 or 5, and then in the first 4 or 5 years, you'd be collecting a lot more than you needed, putting that in stabilization.
Right, but when you get to year 9, you're levying at a year 4 rate, right? So when you.
No, you still got 2.5 on each side.
We're not there yet, but, okay.
At Finance Committee, I think it was Mr. Menard said something, which is this is going to be a year if we do the free cash plan, it's going to be a year for Lunenburg to figure out who we are, what we value, and what we want to do, which I think there is value in that for us to stop and consider what we want to spend money on, whether we want to raise taxes, and how much. So maybe it is a year that we take stock and we figure out who we are and if we can continue funding the school system, if Lunenburg wants to continue having good schools, if that's something Lunenburg wants to continue valuing, or if homeowners don't want to value that or don't want to value town services. So maybe this is a year when we take stock and figure that out. I feel like that should be part of the master plan process, but the master plan was reflecting that people, a lot of the reflections in the master plan that I was seeing was people valuing the schools.
People would value the schools as part of the master plan process, but there was also a very high value on keeping the rural character, a very high value on agriculture, which I understand all of that, but that doesn't go hand in hand in zoning and making changes to make money.
Have all those things.
So, they're not done yet, and we did meet the other day. And then it's not complete for sure, but I don't think the master plan is addressing the financial needs of this community. And when I did bring up, how are you going to pay for all this? Basically, it was told, this is what we want. This is where we want to get to. And I don't see, and I could be speaking way out of turn, but I don't see anything in the master plan that would raise revenue.
We have to increase, that is like priority number one.
Have we considered an economic development person in town to help with the economic development aspect of it? I hate adding positions or
So
spending
without going
more money.
too far afield down a rabbit hole, so economic development is under the purview of the land use director. But towns are limited in what they can do without having a sidearm that can operate in a way that towns can't operate with economic development. I think the best example that I can think of, Michael Ray, you might have some other opinions, is the Marlboro kind of model with the Marlboro Economic Development Corporation. It's separate and aside but connected to the city of Marlboro, but is allowed to market space and do all sorts of things that a town cannot do.
A lot of business development type entities that exist out there to support that. But I have a couple of comments and thoughts about the process. So broadly speaking, I think on a value side, we all support education of children. I mean, I don't think anyone's going to stand up and say they don't support the education of children. That's a given. The question is, what can people afford? And so I think that, it's more than, I appreciate the parents who've been very vocal and engaged in this process, but we have to think about not just the people in front of us that are expressing a genuine concern about their children. I've said several times, I don't believe in the human nature that there's a stronger bond between people than the bond between a parent and their child. And so it evokes a lot of emotion, it's a lot of energy, we all know this. But how do we, because if we're talking today about, and this is why I asked how much money we're talking about, if we're talking today about, potentially $2.6 million, $545 a household, we can assume that next year we're probably talking about $4 million, right? And if that's $800 a household, how do you go, what is the sales pitch to the senior citizen who is living in town and retired in 1998, making $45,000 a year? How do we go to them and justify why they need to cough up $800 more for the year in their tax, when that is the last 10 years of their income increases? Not so much, I'm exaggerating a bit there, but if they look at how much their Social Security, how much their retirement income has gone up, what do we say to them for why this is reasonable? And I have a couple more thoughts, Tony. But I think that's the first thing is, 30% of our community are retirees for the most part. And this, I'm working. all of us can go out and find a way to make another $800, right? We all, for the most part, can do it. If we're able-bodied, we can do it. But when you're retired, you can't. I mean, and people are already struggling to pay their bills, they're struggling for medications, they're struggling with just the overall increase of life. And to add another $800 to them, what I imagine many people are say is, my kid's already through the school system, now you're kicking me out of town. I think, in addition to the thought of how do you sell that, my opinion is you got to resolve today's problems today. Being on this board for now, as we all know, my term is coming up. But when we have a conversation about schools not having enough funding, right, this becomes our entire focus. It has been our focus this year, it was our focus last year, which means that what we're not doing on the select board is focusing on all the departments that we actually have some oversight over. And we're not prioritizing their needs. We're putting everything on hold. We're saying pause on police. We know we have an issue with our fire department. We're saying we're pausing on that. And so as we look across the board, right, this isn't something I've said several times, and I don't mean this in an offensive way, but our town has grown 20% over the last 20 years. Everyone is dealing with more customers. We are, and what I mean by customers is I mean the fire department has more calls per officer than anyone else in the Neshoba Valley Dispatch until they just picked up Hudson. But before that, we were the #1. Same thing with police. Our calls per officer are some of the highest. And so I support the schools, I support an override going on the ballot this year, because I think the hardship is that we can't have conversations about anything else so long as we're talking about education of children. And if we have to talk about this, if not have to, but when we talk about this again next year, that will be 3 years in a row of everything else in town being on pause. And how do we elicit volunteers? How do we get people to join any of these boards if everything that they're working on can never get through because we don't have any money for anything new? And so how do we don't even have a personnel committee. And so I think we have to be mindful that volunteerism is a year-long thing. It is not a budget season thing, that we need people across the board. But when people step up and donate their cumulatively thousands of hours of their life that they expect to make a difference. And how do you make a difference in our town if we have a $2 million need this year, last year $1 million need, and some projections I saw so that next year is going to be a $3 million need. So to me, it sounds like we are trying to be like a Westford, and we are trying to be like a Concord. So let's ask the voters if they want to be like a Westford, and if they want to be like a Concord, which I support asking them. And if the voters, to me, we got to have some confidence that voters can get good information and make an educated decision. And I think that we do have enough runway between now and town meeting and at town meeting to thoroughly explain impact and to get in front of the voters who make the decision and say, this is the impact. If we do not do this, we are going to have to fire X amount of teachers. We're going to have cuts here. We'll have cuts there. And if the voters still say, okay, cut, then we have our guidance on what to do. And we can sit here and talk about the ideal, but at the end of the day, it's about the voters. So I don't know why we don't just ask them. And I don't know if we got to ask them today, because kicking the can down the road and taking money, I agree with the town manager's thought about how to holistically approach this, but I personally disagree with the idea of taking money out of free cash, because again, that's borrowing from deferred maintenance. If you look at the capital plan, it's stuff we should have done 5 years ago or more, and now we're kicking that can further down. So we kick the can about deferred maintenance down, we kick the can about volunteerism down, we kick the can about all other non-school related needs down. Let's just ask the public if they want to pay for all this. And we're in an environment where the federal government, we can say level funding, but they're saying that they're trying to pass a budget that freezes 24 funding. The state has already told us how much money they're going to give when it comes to education, more, which is not a lot. And we have to bridge the gap, or we have to cut. And I think we just have to ask the voters to do it.
Michael Ray, couple thoughts. First, in the economic reality of Lunenburg, I think that you're generally correct, because I hear from a lot of people, like, I just can't afford it, right? We saw that in a survey that we recently put out. The economic reality just puts us in an incredibly difficult position. I recall a couple of years ago, a guy stood up at town meeting and said, over the last 10 years, my property taxes are up 30%.
Remember that?
And I'm doing back of the napkin math, like times 2.5 times, you just project out a 2.5% increase over 10 years, and it's a 30% increase, right? And by the way, that's at or below inflation over that period of time. So it costs money to run a government. You know, we've got a blended increase, inflationary number that's between 18 and 20% right now over the last 3 years. And our costs, just within the last year, are bumping up on that number, right? So that's the reality of the situation. I would be 100% with you if you could tell me what the town number is, because I know what the school number is. I don't think you can tell me what the town number is. If you can, then I say, let's go. Because all that work that we need to do over the course of the next year, this is horseshoes and hand grenades, like, we're close enough, right? Give me the number. But I don't know that you can, because I don't know that you've done the work or resolved what you want all of those departments to be. I don't know that the fire department conversation has been thoroughly figured out.
Yeah, we're not in the middle of contract.
You know, you're just not there, right? And I think that needs to be, because I don't want, we did it last year. And we did it because y'all didn't want to play. And we did it as a school department override. And I'm afraid that what you're describing is a repeat of last year. And frankly, I'm just not interested in doing that. We've been down that road. So
Well, like Jen said, we also clearly identified the structural deficits on the town side as well. That's what she brought to this meeting.
To clarify that though, I'm talking about not addressing any
Any of those
of the
needs.
need. Any of the
Yeah.
need. So,
Can I ask you a question before you
Yeah.
finish that thought?
yes.
Can you talk a little bit more about, assuming, putting the override aside, the one-time funding? What would that look like? Where would that come from? How much money are we talking about? What would your proposal be there?
I'm so
And
glad
how
you
would that
asked.
be affecting?
Okay, so this is, I'm gonna kind of go through what my current free,
Talk slow.
okay. It's in your folder, actually.
Oh, it is?
Under the budget, free cash appropriation plan. So we're starting free cash is $2,225,000.
Why is it so high?
A number of reasons, but it's actually.
Than the override we had to ask for.
So those are very different. So we are, so there is, I'm glad you asked that. So a community that is in good financial health is generating a certain percentage of free cash every year, okay? That percentage is somewhere between 5 and 7%. We are just over that for this year. In past years, we've been under it by a little bit, so, actually, I have, I have the slides. So, that's 4.56% of this year. In 2023, it was at 6.5, so again, the target is between 5 and 7 is the kind of best practices. So you want to be generating a certain amount of free cash. Free cash has a purpose. So high, perhaps compared to some other years, but really just under target for what the recommendation is.
What was the total number?
$2,225,000.
And that's based on cash flow, not on
So that is.
levy or.
No, revenue projections, that actual revenues came in higher than projections, unexpended funds in certain budget lines, and that's.
Okay, but I'm just
Yeah.
trying to figure out, it's a percentage of what number? It's not really the budget.
The budget.
It is the budget?
Yes.
The omnibus?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Surplus.
So, the town has free cash policies. So the first thing that I had planned, so this is the plan before tonight, is addressing those free cash policies. So 10% of free cash goes to other post-employment benefits, OPEB. So then, when it comes to funding stabilization, the first priority is that it funds the general purpose stabilization, provided that there is at least 5% of the total operating budget in that account. We're actually a little bit over that right now. And then the second priority was OPEB. The third priority is Special Purpose Stabilization Fund. There's not really any specific criteria around that, so typically, though, that's been transferred into the Vehicle Equipment Special Purpose Stabilization Fund. So that's a total of $572,500. There was an article on the town meeting warrant potentially addressing 3 kind of one-time things outside of the capital fund for a total of $152,500. That's decommissioning a portion of TC Passios, addressing some of the Department of Revenue directives from for the Board of Assessors, and some cemetery road repair. Then there is proposal for transfers within this current fiscal year, the biggest of which is snow and ice deficiency, which we predict will be $415,000 at this point. There's a special education move-in one time at $50,000, and there is a grant which we made an expenditure of $36,250 that later they said was not a qualified expenditure. So this is to clear up the books on that. And then $615,588 going to the FY26 capital plan. That means that if this is the plan that is approved at town meeting, and nothing else happens at the fall town meeting, no, it would be before fall. So if nothing else happens, if we don't have another special meeting a special town meeting over the summer, we would start free cash next year at $383,162. It is a budgeting best practice that you do not spend all of your free cash in any given year, and that you start with a positive amount of free cash, because as you heard, free cash is what's paying for, in this scenario, our capital program, our deficits, specifically snow and ice, as well as our OPEB contributions and our stabilization contributions. So, because we are in the situation that we are in, and because the general purpose stabilization fund is over kind of that baseline, I could see forgoing the $100,000 contribution this year to the general purpose stabilization fund. So that's $100,000. The special purpose stabilization fund, I don't think that we need to make a contribution at this time to the vehicle equipment special purpose stabilization fund. If we were to make the $250,000 contribution, I would be recommending that we deposit that into the health insurance stabilization fund to brace for next year. But that's using one-time monies and setting it aside for use next year. It's not incorporating that increase into the operating budget. That said, we could forgo any contributions into the special purpose stabilization fund. Those two is $350,000, and then there is the starting free cash, which the $383,000, I would strongly recommend against using all of that, but there is potential to use some of that. So if we were going to use these one-time funds, I would say give or take $500,000, maybe plus or minus $100,000.
And that would be leaving the capital plan.
That would leave the capital plan, well, let me put a giant asterisk on that. So the capital planning committee had met with the interim town manager to make their recommendations. There were 2 changes that were made after that, that are incorporated in this $615,000 number. Okay. But there also is the potential of one additional project that hasn't really been fully vetted out, and that's the track. So without the track and with those 2 additional projects, that leaves that alone.
So, I mean, in total, that's roughly 600 grand.
Yeah.
And I mean, we're still talking, so I mean, last year, we didn't override because 1 million was too much to cut. And we can't weather that. So I would have to imagine it's a similar story this year, right? 1 million is too much to cut, right? We can't weather that. from the school budget. And I know we're talking about the whole budget, I'm just trying to it's the joint meetings, and we're gonna be talking about other parts later on tonight. But, I mean,
What would you be able to
that's,
restore with 500,000 is kind of what I'm thinking.
say again?
What would you be able to restore with 500,000?
Well-
What would it do?
I mean, I'm sure it's gonna do a lot of good, but I mean, there's still gonna be a huge cut.
Yeah, there's gonna be a gap. Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and that's why, I don't understand
Could
why
I-
you don't want, why not ask for
So
all the money?
can I respond to that? So you said a couple things, and I want to make sure that we're all on the same page. You said, how can we convince seniors to pay $800 more? And that is a legit concern. My mom and dad are those people. We talk about this all the time. However, effective communicators can do that. There are 12 nuclear-powered aircraft carriers in the world. One is owned by the country of France, the rest are ours. We convince seniors to spend their taxpayer dollars on $13 billion aircraft carriers all the time. I think we can convince them to spend $800 on kids' education. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, you talked a lot about how you were dismayed at the fact that municipal government is a lot about schools, and it is unfun to do budgeting. I would much rather have people come in and give us presentations about, nature's classroom, amazing teaching techniques that they learned somewhere and brought to Lunenburg. But if you don't like municipal government, or you don't like education and budgeting, then you don't like municipal government, because that's what it is. 44% of all funding for education across the country comes from local budgets. 46% comes from state budgets. So pretty much every dollar that goes into a school, except for 11 out of 100, come from right here. This is what you do. It's like going to be a baseball manager in 2025 and complaining about not liking statistics. It's just the way the game is played. It's over. This is what it is to be in municipal government. You worry about schools and other stuff. And I know that's not exactly what everybody wants to do, but if you look at the budget, that's what the budget says we do. The last thing is, I think that going forward right now is a knee-jerk reaction, and I think that it's doomed to fail. We should make a good faith effort to figure out everything that we can and then go back together and put it forward in front of the voters. Because if I can convince a little old lady to give me money to buy a 13th nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, I'm sure she's going to be okay with me getting money to teach her grandson how to read.
I don't know if it's a matter of convincing people as much as it's a matter of some people just simply can't afford it. And you can't get a dollar out of a penny, and some people just don't have it. And so it's not, I don't think it's a matter of saying, hey, don't go to Disney this year. I think it's a matter of people got medications.
Sure.
People have transportation. There's real needs in the senior community. And $800 is a lot to hit someone with in 1 year. And that's why, again, what I'm advocating for is we do budgeting on an annual thing. It's every year. And we do have some strategic visioning into it. But I'm just trying to understand, the fear that the voters can't be educated enough in a short enough period of time to make a decision. And so therefore, we're gonna, that essentially just seems there's not enough runway, right? There's not enough time to inform people. Most people, no one has even gotten their booklet in the mail about what they're gonna be voting on in May yet anyway.
So I think you both make very good points. In the essence of time, we only have so much time. Before I turn it back over to Caesar, I want to say that I think you've heard from the school committee that we are all on the same page, or the majority of us believe that we do not want an override this year, and we want a comprehensive override next year that includes the town. We were interested in that in prior years as well. And I think, again, we want a comprehensive override.
Can I just ask a question about the free cash that you outlined? The special purpose stabilization account, there's an interesting history on that I'm not going to get too deep into, but your editorial comment around it really isn't clear exactly where those dollars are intended to be spent. We went back and forth over the last several years as to whether this is just emergency fire equipment effectively and/or also DPW equipment and other heavy trucks. And I don't think we ever resolved that, and that's one of those things that I think we probably need to come to some consensus on what that fund is for and what our projected costs are associated with that fund. Not questions that I was able to get an answer to the last 6 years, and if you can get us there, I think that would be awesome. All of that being said, do you know what the balance is on that, and when our next purchases that is expected to hit that account?
So yes, and no. So the Vehicle Equipment Special Purpose Stabilization Fund has $2,553,972. I have been told by the chair of the Finance Committee that there is a plan for this account. I have not seen that plan. I don't know that he asked me to check the plan.
Okay.
So I think that, a couple things, we certainly need to go back to when this was created to find the definition of, at that town
Yeah.
meeting, right? What is it for? And I don't know if there is a plan, we need to
Okay.
nail that down.
It's just, fire trucks are super expensive.
Yes, they are.
And when I look at that number, I think about borrowing capacity and other God forbid, we have to buy a fire truck, or we have enough for one, but if we need to buy two or more, if we need to borrow for those versus borrowing for some of our other really emergent needs, particularly around facilities and whatnot, I do think about, one of the few things that we've done very well over the last couple of years is that sort of financial discipline where we've put the money there for that purpose.
And just to kind of piggyback on that, one of the things that the finance director and I have talked about is setting up another fund that's just a general capital investment fund, right? That we can have a little more pay-as-you-go capital if possible.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, I know you're looking to wrap soon, but if I can just ask Mr. Leighton, Mr. Chair, just so I can just clear up what you just said. You're stating that the school committee's general opinion here tonight is that the preference is to hold off on an override this year. The school committee will weather a $1 million or so cut, so long as there's a transfer from free cash to help bridge some of this, and that the game plan preferably would be to go into next year with a larger override. Is that?
With the town-wide override.
With the town, full town-wide, every department looked at, that's the preference, to weather a $1 million cut this year.
That's what I'm hearing from the committee.
I need a commitment from the select board that you guys are gonna work on a future plan, economic development, getting the master plan done for next year, and that an override is going to happen, because this is what we were looking for last year and it didn't happen.
Well, two of us won't be here.
I actually just wanted to address that. So through the chair to the public, the vote of one board cannot bind a future board. So to be explicitly clear, this is a handshake deal.
Yep.
Right? So, or a handshake agreement that a future board may entirely feel differently
And
on
also,
both
I think we need an exact amount, because we have staff who, tomorrow night, we need to figure out what we're cutting. We need to make concrete decisions tomorrow night, because we have staff who are waiting to know about their jobs. And this is very stressful for our staff. This is very difficult for them and they've had to do this for multiple years now. This is not great for morale, it's not great for hiring, it's not great for our staff. This is not good for the school system. So I think we would need a concrete number tonight so that we can make decisions and work tomorrow, and then make decisions tomorrow night.
So I'll jump in. I'll let the town manager jump in afterwards, and she can agree or disagree. I think the number we already have, and that's the town manager's budget number. That's the budget we need to set, because the free cash, as I understand it, won't be determined until town meeting, and it's not a guaranteed thing. So much like the override that we went through last year, we can start planning for what that money would restore. We could have a plan for that.
Yeah.
But I don't think we need that for tomorrow night. So I think you do have to balance to the town manager's budget as an initial exercise, in my opinion. I think that the select board hasn't had a conversation and met as a body since I presented my preliminary budget, and I know that there's going to be conversations about the payment management plan in particular. And so I'm saying right now that I could see $500,000 roughly available in free cash. However, I don't know if I'm gonna get some direction that they'd like, that the board is interested in having me restore some of the pavement management fund, either with inside the levy or outside the levy through free cash. And that said, I still think that you need to go through the exercise of budgeting to the town manager's budget, because I can say to you, this one-time Band-Aid is what we're gonna do, and somebody at town meeting floor can make an amendment and very easily sweep these funds into the stabilization accounts where they belong.
Well, I think the way we phrase the capital plan, if I'm correct, and Peter, you would know this, but I think the way that we frame it, it doesn't allow for on-the-floor movement with.
No, we're not talking about the capital plan.
Okay.
So when you fund the omnibus budget, you're gonna fund it from levy and free cash and all this other kind of stuff. So it'll be a free cash line with a number attached to it that'd be part of that omnibus budget, article.
Yep.
And to the town manager's point, somebody could say, we're putting free cash in the omnibus budget, we don't do that, and a conversation would ensue.
So we
right?
will
So-
need-
So there's some risk.
We will
And
need
I think
school people to go
We
to
need to
town
account for the
meeting.
risk in our budget, which means a town manager's budget scenario, and that plus X number of dollars, which could be 500,000 or whatever the number is that you determine you're comfortable recommending.
I'm nervous about it, but I think an override next year that is town-wide and addresses the town needs too would be better, so yeah. And thank you for working this out and coming up with solutions that benefit everyone in the town.
Could I offer just
I
one?
think having these joint meetings is definitely beneficial, we should continue.
I was just about to jump on that. When we were discussing this meeting at our last school committee meeting, the observation was made, like, okay, it'd be good to have this meeting, but it'd be much more important to have this meeting after the election. When there's two new select board members and 3 new school committee members, who will actually need to carry out a lot of this. So I would encourage you, the remaining members of both boards to, please make sure that happens.
Well, I would encourage everybody who's on both boards and committees next year, that this dialogue, if you're gonna have one in May, should start no later than August. Because starting in February ain't gonna cut it. Well,
Concur.
nobody's gonna wanna do it in June.
So it sounds like the guidance from the school committee and the town manager is pretty clear that we should not pursue an override this year to maintain level services. I'm a little concerned about using one-time funding this year on the assumption that next year we're gonna ask for a much larger override, and I'm concerned about what happens if that doesn't pass. But that's okay, I understand that that's your guidance, so I wanna ask the select board members where you're at now.
Of all the bad options we have, that's the least bad option.
That's the
Yeah.
deal.
It's a continuing theme.
That's the deal.
Renee,
Yeah, I agree.
Amanda.
Right now, in this moment, yes. You know, could it change after our discussions tonight? Possibly. We haven't had a budget discussion, really.
Yeah, yeah.
Based on everything I know at this moment, yes.
Michael Ray?
Um,
Yeah.
I think I've been pretty clear where I stand.
Yeah.
We couldn't weather 1 million last year, but somehow we can weather it this year.
It's going to be bad. It's going to not be good for the schools.
And we've gotten a lot of communications from parents. There was a lot of energy around making sure that, we didn't find ourselves in this position. I'm a little surprised, to be,
I am too.
personally.
Yeah.
I was, last year, I think I was pretty vocal about, that I was definitely encouraging the parents and saying to the ones pushing for the override, don't give up, there is a pathway, like you can get this through. But my concern was that I thought we needed to have this holistic view and look at the budget and figure out how do we synchronize, how do we cut, how do we, do these things. And as a graduate of Lunenburg High School, my opinion is I'm not okay with $1 million getting cut. I'm not okay with knowing that this is an impact to the entire community, and you have an option on the table of just asking the voters. Just ask them.
Didn't you vote against the
I did
override?
vote.
He did vote against it.
I did.
Which is why
I
this is
did.
all news to me.
Yeah.
I mean, Tom,
You
you can-
voted against the override.
I did vote against the override, but my opinion is I think this year, I think it is very important that we democratize the process. What I supported last year, as I thought I was pretty vocal about, was that it should be a vote for people to decide. Ultimately, I wasn't in favor of it. I thought we needed to do more legwork. More legwork wasn't done, and now we're in the same situation, and so I think we should ask the voters. That's my opinion.
Yeah. I mean, my opinion on Prop 2.5 is that it has a mechanism in place if you want to go above the 2.5 limit. We all know that, and it's an override. My personal philosophy on it is that it is okay to go to the voters 1 year, maybe 2 years in a row, and say, we have this gap. We are not able to meet level services. Do you want to pass an override to fill that gap or not? So that's where I'm at. I don't have an issue doing it 2 years in a row, and I'm more concerned about doing nothing this year and then waiting until next year and asking for $4 or $5 million.
But can you do it 3 years in a row? If we go for it this year and we get it passed, now next year when we need another fire department shift and we need to get back to the police staffing plan and we need to go back to the stabilization fund, what's gonna happen then when we need a third year of overrides? Then we've really priced people out of what they need. That's my concern. So I'm trying to balance this against the town needs. And I'm not saying this is gonna be easy for the schools, but I think in the long run for the schools, it would be better to take a holistic, long-term run. But I do understand what you're saying, but I think long-term, because
The town manager's third point that she made at the beginning of the meeting too, and this is an area that I've been very resistant to over the years and have kind of come full circle on, is this whole topic of what can be done through efficiency gains, through shared operations. And I still am very skeptical about our ability to save $1 in consolidating facilities or IT or any of those things. However, it keeps coming up. And every time you want to go ask for more money, the question is asked, why are we running all of these redundant systems? And I think that we do owe that answer in a way that has been fully explored. And like the other things that haven't been fully vetted this year, I don't know that there's been a serious conversation between the schools and the town to really figure that out. And perhaps that's summer work that a new superintendent and town manager could do.
All right, well, I have concerns with the path forward, but I will accept that if that is where the decision is, so. Anything else we want to discuss tonight?
I'll look for a motion.
I'll make a motion to adjourn the meeting at 7:12.
second?
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you all for joining. Hopefully we can do this again sometime. We're going to take a brief recess and then we will start back up with our usual select board meeting. Yep.
Elegant
Where are we?
Everything in the right spot.
Do you have a certain app for it, or? do I get it on
Nope,
the
you have to
website?
go through, yep, it's on the website.
Oh, sorry.
It's all right.
Yep.
I swear to you, I'm like tech guru.
The buff chief.
Oh, do you want this?
I know.
It's perfectly fine.
Are we all back? Yes.
I was gonna say something to him on what he just said, but I'm gonna hold off.
All right, we can restart the meeting now. Looks like we're back on PAC. All right, up next, we have public comment. Are there any public comments from the board?
I just wanted to thank everybody who came out to town caucus yesterday and volunteered for the various positions. I will say that it's a little bit concerning that I think out of 26 open spots, there were probably 13 not only uncontested, but unfilled. Out of a town of 12,000, that's like, I don't know, 0.4% of the population would have to volunteer, and we couldn't even get that. So for the people who did, thank you. The town works because people volunteer and oversee all the departments, and I know many of the people here in the audience already do that. So thank you for that.
I'm just going to piggyback off your public comment because I also want to confirm, one of the school committee vacancies was not filled at the caucus last night. Is that correct?
I think
Right.
at least
One
one.
year.
At
Okay.
least one,
So,
yeah.
as a public service.
I think there were three.
To the
I think there were 3 open, and I think there was only 1 filled, if I remember.
2 were
No, there were
2? Okay, 2 were filled.
2 were
Okay.
filled. There's still a remaining vacancy on the school committee. So if anyone is interested, what you can do is you can pull papers from the town clerk's office, collect 50 signatures, and then you will be put on the ballot that way. So,
And one of the biggest concerns is that there were 4 openings on sewer commission, and there was only 1 of those filled, so therefore we could be looking at a quorum issue if we don't get people stepping forward.
that's right. Yep, thank you. All right, any other public comments from the board? Any public comments from the public? Any on Zoom? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to announcements. I don't have any announcements tonight. Jen, are there any announcements that you want to make?
No.
Communications from other boards, don't have any. So we'll move on to our first scheduled meeting, GW Shaw and Sons proposed route changes.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. For those that don't know me, Bill Bernard, DPW Director, and this is Ben Shaw from GW Shaw.
Any relation?
What was that?
Any relation?
Yeah, my parents couldn't make it out. They have another meeting in a different town, so I'm just here to represent.
Awesome.
Yeah, and what's your title there?
They don't really believe in titles over here.
Everyone's heard there's a little bit of everything, I'm assuming.
Yeah,
It's whatever Dad tells you to do.
exactly.
Which is everything, right?
Yes.
We've seen you before, though. You've come
Yes.
before us, so, yeah.
Yeah.
And you did that little show with Carter, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, so we put a little slideshow together to just kind of advertise what we want to do here is change a couple of the routes around. So why are we changing the routes, right? Greater efficiencies. After the change, he'll only need 1 truck on Tuesdays.
Mondays.
Mondays,
Mondays.
that's right. Monday's the busy day.
When we first, when we bid the job, we thought we could do it in one. Of course, we've never done Lunenburg before in the past, so we were curious, that's why we never wanted to change anything right away. We kind of kept it the same, figure out what is actually, tonnage-wise, time-wise, what is actually needed. And then we've noticed that on Mondays, it's your heaviest day. So we figured if we change some stuff around, we can limit using 2 trucks on Monday and save some time and efficiency, stuff like that.
Yeah, so, right, there's less time on the road means less conflicts with other vehicles. Mondays is the busy day, right? They're out there till almost 4 PM, where on the other days, they're done around 12:30, 11 o'clock sometimes. So that would eliminate the being out there rush hour in the morning and rush hour in the afternoon. By reducing the hours, you're reducing safety risk, right? There's less of a chance of somebody getting hit. And for future contracts, now that he knows he doesn't need another truck, and maybe other bidders might watch this, they'll know, yeah, they can do each route with 1 truck, so it may help us with bidding in the future. Bring the prices down. So I looked at all the data from the Mondays and Tuesdays, and you could see that there's 48% more trash on Mondays than Wednesdays, and almost 34% more recyclables on Mondays. And I put in the number of trucks that they had. You could see on Mondays, it's 2 almost every time. Wednesdays, it's always 1.
Yeah, I also pulled some information on our end. We just picked a random month. We started this in first week of October, so we just chose November and we pulled the average weights. So for trash on Wednesday, the average weight is 7.75 tons, and on Wednesday it's 4.3. So with the change of the streets from Monday to Wednesday, we're projecting that it's going to take about 1.5 tons off of Monday's route, and also a decent amount of time as well. Thursday to Friday, we also have a change there, and that's just more to make the route more efficient. It's only a few houses and 1 street, so there's not a huge amount of change on time and load-wise, but yeah.
Yeah, it just helped a little bit. So the next slide is the Thursday-Friday comparison, and yeah, this on Thursdays is 16.5% more trash and 26% more recyclables. So again, just making these changes to even it out a little bit. So what are the route changes? So the Monday road's going to switch to Wednesday roads, and it's Highland Street, Chestnut Street, Main Street, Memorial Drive, Townsend Harbor Road from Mass Ave down to Malpas, Woodland Drive, Hemlock Drive, Pine Acres Road, Birch Island Way, Hilltop Lane, and Hickory Lane. So,
sounds like a lot, but it's not too bad.
So you chose those roads based on what your driver was telling you, where he thinks, right, to get it evened out, where the trash would be to get this evened out better, right?
Yeah, so the driver that we have down in Lunenburg right now is one of our route managers, and that is his best advice. You're already over in that area on Wednesday anyways, so he said it wouldn't, change or alter our route that much. So just making it so the trash is less, tonnage-wise, and time is less, even it out a little bit better.
Yeah, and the next slide is we have maps. So if anybody wants to see the maps, we printed them out. I can leave a couple here for anybody who wants to take a peek at them. Again,
He did a lot better. The map I proposed with him and Carter was, cutouts have, I believe I found them, it was your tax maps, and I cut them all out and put it all together and highlighted it. So this was definitely a lot better than what I had.
right, and then the route change for Thursday, switching to Friday, it's basically Longwood Drive, a little piece of the Burridge down to Longwood. That's the only change there. And again, we have the maps, if anybody wants to see the maps. Public notification, this is our first public notification. Ben's gonna be sending out letters to the affected homes. We'll definitely put some notices out on barrels. We'll put it out on the DPW Facebook page, the town's Facebook page, and the town's website. Get the notification out there. It's more of a targeted notification. It shouldn't be too big of a deal.
No, and luckily, like with the changes that we're making, It's not where, people on Monday just have to hold their trash in single stream just 2 more days. It's not like, so if they miss, if they don't understand that this is going on, at least that their stuff's just gonna wait till 2 days versus if we were flipping it the other way, they would have to wait a whole week.
I expect you're gonna get calls on Monday.
Yes.
Okay.
We'll make sure that our staff understand what's going on.
Right. And when do we want to start this? We want to start it the week of April 7th through 11th. And thank you for hearing us, and if you have any questions or comments.
Of course, any questions from the board?
Makes sense to me.
Yeah, thanks for looking into this and proposing.
Yeah, it's pretty straightforward. I think you have a good plan to communicate it to the public. My street is on the list, so I'm moving from Monday to Wednesday, so I'm gonna have to try to remember this myself. But yeah, no, I think it's straightforward, so thank you.
So you may want to get his number.
Yeah, I might, just in case I have
So you have to-
questions.
what do you call him on Monday?
If there's any confusion.
And anybody can call the DPW, we can help them out. And just a comment on Shaw, since they've started, I had hardly any calls. Maybe the first week there was a call, there were questions, not really complaints.
I agree, it's been great.
Yep.
It really has been great.
I've received
Yeah.
positive feedback, so.
I'm glad.
People are happy with the service, so thank you.
Good.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, there's,
Perfect sense, thank you.
yep. There's no other questions. Thanks for coming in tonight.
All right, thanks.
All right, thank you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't have my password on me.
All right, up next, we have a presentation by Chris Riley, Land Use Director, on the town meeting warrant articles on accessory dwelling units and the floodplain map update.
And as Chris is coming up, Mr. Chairman, to the members of the board, in the town meeting warrant folder, there are the 2 latest updates from planning board for language for these 2 articles.
Yes, thank you.
Well, good evening, thank you for inviting me. I can see now where I go to get the nice fancy maps. I thought her like that in Ritter, but now I know where I can get one. So in any case, we're here to talk about the 2 zoning articles that are on the warrant. I'll start with the ADU article. And what's an ADU? That's an accessory dwelling unit. And what's that? It's basically a dwelling unit, and this proposed zoning article would, in effect, implement a state mandate. The state has said, through Chapter 40A, the statute, that accessory dwelling units are a protected use, or one of them is, at least on every lot in a single-family residential district. And so we have to allow that by right. So essentially, if somebody comes in, they want an accessory dwelling unit, it meets the parameters of the protected ADU statute, then they get a building permit. And so this isn't something that the planning board's sponsoring. This is, I think, another example of when I came before you about the MBTA zoning a while back. We talked about the consultant grant we got, and we'll be visiting that pretty soon. But this is another example of what I said at the time, which is the state's in the business of producing housing, and this is another aspect of that. So we've got to sort of either comply or, it's going to be on the books anyway. So we're making an effort to comply and show the state we're trying to meet their policy objectives. So in essence, that's what we're looking at here. The previous ADU bylaw had protections and controls. Because this is by right, those protection and controls are gone. Essentially, you can now have a protected ADU where a garage 5 feet from the side setback line is. So it's quite more permissive than the previous regulation we had on this, but as I said, it's a state mandate and that's their policy, so that's what we're going with here. They call it a Dover amendment use. I don't know if you're familiar with that term, but it's a protected use under the statute, so there's very little you can do to regulate it. Can't require a special permit. You really can't require much of site plan review. Just is what it is. So that's what you see before you there. And be happy to answer any questions. Matt, I don't know if you want to add anything to that.
No, just that we really like it when we can come before you every year and say, here's the work we're doing to make the town better. What you're going to hear from us this year for town meeting is, here's the work we're doing to meet obligations that are being put on us, on the town, by outside entities. We did what we could to try to push back and say, well, let's put, frankly, in my opinion, let's put some basic safety measures in that should exist and do exist for any other dwelling unit. There's a reason houses aren't 5 feet from the lot line normally. That's a safety issue. And the state has made their opinion very clear, which is, no, it's not. That might fly in the face of decades of planning knowledge, of the information given by fire departments across the state, but that's what we're working with now. And if we don't comply, it's going to happen anyway.
Okay, thanks. Any questions on
All right,
that?
any questions?
Yes.
I figured you would have some.
This is a, statewide zoning, as you're getting at, which is generally not the way that we prefer for zoning to happen. Nonetheless, I think this provides a great opportunity for a lot of people who may struggle to afford their homes to find an opportunity to take some equity out of their house and build one of these and help make their home more affordable for them. It also becomes an opportunity for a senior to downsize, for people to have, in-laws, be able to live in the same property, or parents. So I do support the concept of what's being proposed here. I have two specific questions. In 1C, the language, and I'll just read it, the language that's been added in here says, there shall be at least one additional off-street parking space provided for each ADU on a lot in addition to the minimum parking requirements for the principal dwelling. This requirement shall not apply to an ADU located within located within 0.5 miles of an MBTA commuter rail station. So my question is, are there any residences in Lunenburg that are within a half a mile of an MBTA commuter rail station?
Not many. I mean, maybe
I thought
think
we were.
about it. On that, it's an industrial district, there's Keating, there's a small residential neighborhood, maybe 15 to 20.
So there are some.
There might be some, yeah.
Okay.
It'd be very close.
Wait,
Yeah,
by a station? Commuter rail station? I don't think so.
I don't have it in front of me.
Okay,
so
yeah,
I'd have to verify that.
Yeah.
I think Mike, I think we may be a little bit beyond the 0.5. So if that language is unnecessary, maybe delete it. The other thing is that, as I understood the ADU law by the state, that there's a time limit on it. It's only in effect for, I think, 8 or 9 years. I don't see a time limit in here. Is this meant to be perpetual, or is it meant to be?
It's in the statute, so it's meant to be perpetual.
So as it's presented today, it's meant to be perpetual, but I thought the state law had a time limit on it of 8.
I've seen nothing like that.
Okay.
I just attended a 2-hour webinar today. Nobody mentioned anything about that, so that isn't a requirement that we're aware of.
All right, I'd looked into that previously, and I believe I confirmed it with Representative Scarsdale and Representative Kuchmarek, that it was an 8-year, and I could be wrong, it could have been 9 or 10, but I'll get back to you on that.
Okay.
But I think that this may be my concern. If the state says there's a time limit on it, maybe we start this with a time limit too.
A time limit in terms of?
In terms of, like, if we pass it this year, it shall automatically expire whenever the state law automatically
I
expires.
haven't seen anything like that.
Okay, I'll look into that and get the language and get back to you on that.
Sure.
Not that many people are going to read this because, again, it's going to happen anyway, but just for clarity, you probably want to change principal to the proper principal, the proper spelling of principal, because it's spelled with an L-E instead of an A-L, which it should be. And
Sure, we can do
I'm
that.
glad, I'm glad
Yeah,
you
we-
spend all this time on stuff that the state says, well, if you don't do it, it'll happen anyway, so they should have just made it happen anyway and freed up your guys' time.
Thanks for pointing that out. Cut and paste has its limitations, but thank you.
Jen, did you want to add something?
I do, so thank you. So, to that point, I did ask council, what happens if this doesn't pass at town meeting, right?
Yeah.
Can we avoid this by not having this pass at town meeting? No, the statute would still apply. It would just cause confusion to potential developers or builders or homeowners who were looking to do it. So it's.
Even if it doesn't pass, it passes.
Exactly.
It's already passed.
Now, I do want, as much as you're gonna hear me, and you'll hear me again at town meeting, assuming this gets on the warrant, say, like, have some frustrations with the state coming down from on high. I'm also gonna be realistic. before this point, Lunenburg had one of the, if not the most permissive ADU bylaws in the region. At least, we've allowed far more. We didn't limit it to the in-law apartment and the proof of being related, or you could build an in-law and rent it out before. So as much as you'll hear frustration from us, and there are some changes I personally really wish the state had considered, by the same token, this isn't a very big shift from business as usual in Lunenburg now. So that is good news for us as well, and I don't want that to get lost among some of the sour grapes that we feel, frankly.
Well, my concern is just the resource of your guys' time and your board's time to deal with something that you have to do anyway. I mean, those are the things.
I'm planning on, at the next office hour, speaking with our state representatives to exactly that effect, because this is a repeated work time that planning board could be spent. I came before you a year and a half ago now, a while ago, and said, next thing we're looking at is a solar bylaw. You'll notice, still haven't come to you with a much-needed update to our solar bylaw, and these are the reasons why.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Yeah, just
I
so
won't
you
even
know.
tell you what the state's considering next.
Oh.
Save that for a future discussion.
Just so you know, I did go on Google Maps to answer this question, and I measured the distance from the Fitchburg commuter rail station to the town line, and it's a little over 1 mile.
Okay, so that would.
If you're interested in knowing, it'd save you some time. All right, want to move on to the next one now?
Sure. All set with the ADU? So the next one is the update of the floodplain bylaw. And this is a long-standing bylaw. It's been in our zoning bylaws for quite a while, and it relates to the floodplain maps. And so everybody's got to have them. And here, we haven't updated what's called our firm maps, flood insurance rate maps, since 1982. So that was long overdue. And they're updating all the major watersheds throughout the state. So we're by no means being picked on here. We're in the Nashua watershed, and so that is a priority, and they're updating those maps throughout the watershed. And so along with that, interestingly, because usually you just get the map update, but they have sort of slid in their own model bylaw in this particular case. Now, is that a bad thing? Once again, you'd say, it sounds like another mandate, but I would say they've added some things. Overall, this is a good thing. Unlike, you could argue one way or the other with ADU. This is a good thing. What's the benefit to the folks of Lunenburg? It's participation in the National Flood Insurance Program. And that's a good thing, because if people had to do that in the private marketplace, it would be prohibited. They couldn't do it. And so we want to have this available to people, and you need to play by their rules in order to do it. So we're updating the map, that's required, and along with that is this model bylaw with some things that we didn't have before, like a variance process, lots of definitions, and a little more stringent regulations in terms of prohibited uses and use regulations. But essentially the same bylaw, the intent's the same. So you could say it's another mandate, but in this case, there is a benefit, not to a lot of Lunenburg residents, but to the folks in the floodplain that'll be affected by this, it's huge. So it's something I think we want to go along with and support.
Any questions?
Yeah, will you have the map with the warrant to show the changes and whose impact, so people can see if they're impacted or not?
Yeah, but by town meeting, both of these things, interestingly, have been moving targets. So we're keeping up with them, but we don't have the full designated map yet. You see there's a date in the bylaw. It talks about July 8th, 2025, when it'll go live. But that map for Lunenburg is pretty much done, and we'll have it soon. So that will be part of the presentation available to town meeting.
Also, at last night's planning board meeting, we did discuss it, and Chris committed to getting a list together of the residents who we anticipate will be affected, so we can reach out to them and
That's even
say,
better.
By the way, here's the bylaw coming through, and then if they have more concern, they can come to the meeting during during the discussion periods.
You can take one of the maps behind you that you were ogling over and use that as a chart. I have a question. So am I correct in that 25-4.8 floodplain district, we are going to, there already is one, and we're going to drop that wholesale and replace it with what's in here also?
The whole thing.
Okay.
It just makes more sense.
Right, but there is one existing, and it's the same numbers.
Yeah, and so the changes are substantial. The body of that original text to the current text is there, but there's so much extra stuff they've added, definitions mostly, and most of them are reasonable. It just provides more clarity. So we'll just be, wiping the slate clean and putting the whole.
Sometimes it's easier than seeing a bunch of red lines, because then it just confuses people. So seeing a whole brand-new one is just...
Yeah, with the ADU, we do that because we want to make sure, what happens with these things is sometimes you miss something that's in a completely separate part of the bylaw. You don't get everything, and then that creates some trouble. So that's why you have to go through every section, and wherever it talks about ADU, you gotta update that relative to what the mandate is. With the floodplain, it's just one section, there's no other references, so it makes sense to just do that wholesale.
Excellent. Thank you.
Anyone that's now in the floodplain that maybe wasn't before, how do they get notified about that?
I don't believe we've figured out how we said we'd like to reach out. Chris said he can get the info of who's going to be involved. We haven't gotten that far. I think we'll probably reach out to them the same way we do abutters. That's through mail, correct? Is that how we do abutters, if I remember correctly?
Yeah, I can get all of your addresses wherever you live.
Because-
Maybe the mobile part, but, yeah, and so we'll mail something out to them and try to follow up in some way. There'll be public information. We've been talking about it in our zoning workshops with the planning board, but we'll reach out to those people directly by mail.
Okay.
And this is a very, at least the information we have so far is, we're talking a very small number of residences for the town. The feedback we got from, I apologize, I don't remember the group from the presenter.
DCR, that's
thank you.
managing it at the state level.
Anticipated, we're looking at somewhere in the 20s. That's it. No, this is not a big deal, except for those 20 some odd residences who would no longer be able to insure their homes, and we'd be kind of thumbing our nose and saying, well, sorry about your life savings.
Any other questions?
No, thank you. A lot of good work. Thank you.
Yeah, I know a lot of work went into crafting both of these bylaws, so yeah, it's very appreciated. And thank you for coming in and explaining them to us.
Thank you. When we come with the MBTA thing, it might be.
I know, yeah, that's
that'll be
next.
different, but
Yeah,
we'll be
that's
prepared
next.
for that too.
Yep.
Thank you for
We're
your
waiting
time.
for it, yeah.
Thank you very much. Always a pleasure.
Thank you.
All right, have a good night. Thank you very much. All right, up next, presentation by Anita Shipers, the Chair of the Parks Commission, on the town meeting warrant article for Marshall Park. And Vice Chair Karen Menard as well. Didn't know, you're just coming up here?
Very important member.
Yeah.
I don't want to take anybody's, I don't want to take the, I don't even know what word I'm looking for. Colleen Shapiro is the vice chair. I am the clerk.
Karen is clerk, yes.
Yes.
Okay, well, thank you for allowing us to come back this evening to give you an update.
I'm driving for you, so just.
Thank you. So we do have very brief presentation, PowerPoint presentation to kind of go along with this. As the board is aware, and hopefully a lot of the viewing audience is aware, the Parks Commission has been working on trying to do some planning for Marshall Park improvements for a number of years now. And when funding had been provided previously by town meeting votes and through the selectmen with some ARPA funds, the town had hired a firm from Western Massachusetts to do a schematic design. And that design was wonderful. It was very comprehensive and made a lot of improvements over a majority of the property on Marshall Park. And the Parks Commission moved ahead with trying to do full designs based on what we thought was the cost of what that previous design firm had provided us. The unfortunate situation was that when we hired the full designer, the designer we're now working with, RDLA out of Boston, We found that the cost estimate provided by the previous firm was not accurate and was very low. And we found that to be very frustrating because we had planned to move ahead at the fall town meeting to start seeking additional funds to move ahead with the project. So when we found that to be the case, the board decided to take a step back and reconsider what we're doing, what we're proposing to be done at the park, and see what could be, done in terms of a common sense revision of the master plan improvements for the park. So what you see tonight on this first slide, updated design, is what we're looking at now. What used to be a 4-phase plan is now a 2-phase plan, or 2.5-phase plan. Phase 1, Phase 2A, and a very small Phase 2B. So definitely the project's been reduced in scope to reflect today's reality and the cost that we know that we're looking at. And the current design only deals with basically what's already areas of the park land that have been improved. We aren't looking to expand out toward the wetland areas the way we had originally hoped that we could. So the dog park and the wetland trails and the other improvements on Marshall Pond, including a canoe access or a gazebo over off of the Chestnut Street side, is not in the plan at this time, unfortunately. What we are proposing is, if you look at the map, Section 1, which is the lower blue area, this is the section that comes off of Mass Ave, and it would allow for parking to come off Mass Ave, and I believe it was 94 vehicles parking. So that's a major improvement already with Phase 1.
Can I just ask how many parking spots does that area fit now?
That's sort of a
So is
hard
it-
question to
Yeah, I know.
answer. So it's a dirt lot.
Right.
I have it somewhere, I want to say it was like 45. but
Okay.
There's no, we have no marked ADA spots, so we have no handicap spots. And it's literally just a dirt lot.
Yep.
So nothing's marked.
Okay.
So we do have, the necessary parking added in there. This section in blue also includes the new playground facility, which would be an accessible playground area. It includes the sport courts, which would be a basketball court and 3 pickleball courts. You'll notice that in the section there, in the larger middle, toward the top of that blue area, you can see the area set aside for the skate park. And the skate park is still intended to be constructed this year. I did speak with the president of the skate park organization, and they do plan to try to get their construction done this summer. So any work that we would do within this blue area would align with their finished elevations and such, so that we can have proper slopes. Section 2A is that larger green area on top, and this is the section that abuts on Chestnut Street. And in Section 2A, the work that's being proposed would be to redo the men's baseball field, and it would be to make improvements to the women's softball field. This would be changes in grade and great improvements in drainage in those areas. It also includes parking off of Chestnut Street. And I don't remember the number of parking spaces that we have there, I apologize. But there is additional parking off of Chestnut Street, which, Chestnut Street residents have been asking for a while. The 2B phase is simply the buildings that you see in pink. There is one at the top of Phase 1, which would be a pavilion / concession stand / bathroom facility, right there next to the sport courts and the playground area. And the other proposed pink building there to the left in the green would be a second bathroom facility that would be closer to the ball fields. So at this point, the walking trails are set to connect all of these areas, and those walking trails are handicapped accessible as well. So That is our new updated design that we're going with. So there would not be any work within the wetland areas. That could be considered sometime in the future. And the work that's being proposed would allow for quick connectivity of that area should it ever be funded and constructed. So the Parks Commission voted at their last meeting that they agree with this new design, and they'd like to move ahead with this new design to include all three phases, Phase 1, Phase 2A, and 2B. I think we can skip to the next slide. So project costs obviously are a big concern. If we move ahead with this project, which would include Phase 1, 2A, and 2B, our total project cost for this would be $13,922,068. And that means that would include everything. It would include all of the construction costs and all of the soft costs. For anyone who's ever been involved in a construction project before, you know that soft costs involve the remaining designer fees, the OPM fees, insurances during construction, any legal review of documents that needs to be done, materials testing, printing of necessary bid packages, expenses with the bid process, etc. In terms of a funding proposal, having had discussion with this board last fall when we realized that we needed to step back, you had asked us to consider bringing this project forward as a borrowing outside of our existing levy limit. So it would be a debt excluded borrowing outside of Prop 2.5. So we would be looking to do a borrowing in that amount of the $13,922,086. The fallback strategy, if it appears warranted, the Park Commission reserves the right to amend the motion for borrowing at the town meeting to reflect a reduced scope for the project that would only be Phase 1, that blue area that includes the new parking off Mass Ave, the sports courts, playground, and we'd also add in the bathroom and concession building so that we have one full new area of park that could be used right away. And that would be at a reduced amount of $5,824,518. In terms of a project schedule, if town meeting approves either the full project with all phases or the reduced scope, we would be moving ahead with preparing the final bid packages in May. Permitting for the project would begin sometime around the middle of July. And we'd be looking to do the bid process in October through early December. Construction, we'd provide a notice to proceed to the winning contractor, and that would happen in December. And the contract would then start providing us with material submittals for our approval and would begin purchasing necessary components to have ready for construction. Construction would not actually begin until March of next year. And it's anticipated that the site construction would last through to roughly May of 2027. This would be the full project. There's some after-construction work that needs to be done. There's, contract closeout. There's checking of plantings that have been done. And we do have, in any kind of project like this, you have a year's warranty on any plantings. So that would be part of our process as well. But for the most part, all expenses, all costs would be incurred between the timing of March 2026 to May 2027. Now, if we went with a smaller project, our OPM has advised that this could probably be fit in within 2026 itself, which shorten the time frame. But we're looking at the larger scenario, trying to be positive, and want people to understand that it would go through 2027. Now, the important thing is that if we do end up pushing ahead with only the Phase 1 project, Phase 1 plus the pavilion building, now I'm losing my thought, sorry. We would be, I'm going to come back to that point because I'm losing my thought, sorry. In terms of grants, we were very successful in our grant writing process when we thought we were looking at the four-phase project. And unfortunately, because we needed to pull ourselves back from the project, we did have to tell the Department of Conservation Services that we were not able to use those funds, and we basically gave them written permission to take those funds and reapply them. We were told by the grant administrator, though, at the state, that our project was a very successful project, and they urged us very strongly to reapply when we're ready to move ahead with these different phases. So, we feel that we'd be very successful in new applications that we would put forward. And the town manager has confirmed for us that funds are available to be put toward the use of professional grant writing services to assist the Park Commission in reapplying for grants that would be now considered appropriate based on the revised scope of work. And that would also help us with proper administration of the grants if they're awarded. And we have to say, as Park Commission members, that we're pretty relieved about that because, as you know, both writing grants and grant administration is a lot of work, so we would appreciate that assistance. Let's see, we do plan to have public information sessions about this to let people know what we're looking at and the changes that we would like to implement. Those would be held in the month of April, and we'd be having the landscape architect firm and the OPM at those public sessions so that if any questions came up, we would be able to make sure that we have all the information to anyone who has concerns or questions at those events. We don't know the dates of those yet. We'll let you all know as soon as we have that figured out. And going back to the smaller phase, if we decide that we are moving ahead with just the smaller project, the phase one, the good thing about that is that with this new design, what we've done is made it so that the areas not included in phase one, meaning the men's ball field, women's softball field, those can continue to be fully used, even though construction is happening on the Mass Ave side of the park. We've changed the lines of areas within those phases so that there is no impact on people being able to use those athletic fields if phase one moves ahead. And that's basically it for right now. We do not know what we have for estimated tax impacts. Unfortunately, I was hoping to have more information for you tonight. We've been working with the town manager, finance director, the town's financial advisor, Unibank, and bond counsel to try to figure out what tax impacts might be. We're hoping that if we move ahead with the full project, it would be a 20-year borrowing that would, provide less of an annual tax impact to the hometown taxpayers, but we don't know yet. And we have been trying to, they've been asking questions of us in terms of useful life of components that are being proposed in the park, and cash flow, that type of thing. We've given them all that information, and they've told us that they will try to get us that information in terms of best case scenarios to move ahead for borrowing by the last week in March. And as soon as we get that, we'll provide it directly to you through the town manager. And so I think that's it. So if you have any questions, am I forgetting anything?
I don't think so.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Any questions?
Yeah, I have a few, some just to clarify, just to confirm, I think I know the answer, but just for the public. Are there any restrooms outside of 2B, of the Phase 2B? Are there any existing restrooms
No, we
that
have
will
no
be available?
existing
Okay.
restrooms down there now.
And the sequence, so are you planning on giving at town meeting residents the option to vote for Phase 1, 2A, 2B, or Phase 1 and the one concession first and then 2? Are you planning on giving both of those options?
The way that the Park Commission voted at their last meeting, they want to propose the full project.
Okay.
However, we will have information and an amendment all ready to put forward if needed, if we feel it's appropriate to put forward at town meeting. to amend the motion to reflect just moving ahead with the Phase 1 plus the restroom concession stand.
And the reason, and again, I think I know the answer to this, but just, if you did split it, Phase 1 needs to go first. You can't do Phase 2 first.
Correct.
Phase 1, okay.
Correct, and it's a drainage issue, Renee.
Yeah.
Menards always bring water issues.
Yeah, I know. You just like, you like swimming pools or something. Why don't you have a
know
swimming
what it
pool
is,
in this?
but- And to be honest, I drove by Chestnut Street today, and we could go swimming out on the 90-foot diamond, so maybe we should open up a beach, I don't know. But it's all related to drainage, so in order for the fields to be redone, the amount of drainage that would have to go in over there can't be done without the first phase.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. I thought that was the case, but the grant eligibility, does splitting it out impact what grants we're eligible for? Because I think that's really important for the public to know.
So I think Anita will let me answer this one. Go for it. So the way the grants were done the first round is, or the first time we did it, we went through all elements of Marshall Park as a whole and did our best to match what the grant requirements were to get our highest score. That's how we hit the max, I believe, on both of our grants.
Yes, we did.
One of them was a $500,000
Yes.
grant, and one of them was $1 million. So this would change that. I'm not 100% confident we'd get the same amounts of money, but I do believe both pieces of this project would qualify for some piece of the grant, if not the whole thing, some piece of it, and we would be doing our hardest work to try to make sure that we get as much in there so that our scores are as high as they can by looking at each of those phases.
Okay, because that would be good for people to know if, hey, yes, we can split it out into two projects, but we're going to be eligible for less, so it could end up being, wash in the end, I don't know.
And if I could just add one more point to that? The other thing is that the hope with the professional grant writer, that we've asked that person also look at other grants that we had not, attempted to apply for before, that would be appropriate to this new scenario. One of the grants we had wanted to look at dog park, is no longer available, but other grants are coming on board. So I think it's important that professional look into other areas where we could apply for appropriate funds.
I remember when the whole big project was proposed, I think the first presentation I saw, Anna had a slide you guys had a slide of all the grants you plan on applying for and the potential funding you could get.
Yep.
I think that would be helpful to have for town meeting. Last thing isn't a question, it's just a nitpicky little thing.
Start date?
No.
Sorry.
Oh, I'll leave that one for you. No, it was on the cost. On slide 5, you have it's $68, and then it's 86 on slide 6.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So it's just a little,
Yep.
I'm sorry, I have OCD.
Yep. So the actual amount, I want to make sure that I'm giving you the correct information. It is $13,922,086.
86,
That is
okay, so
correct.
then just swap them on slide 5.
Thank you.
That's all, thank you.
So just while we're sticking on the nitpicky thing, the site work, beginning of the site work, you probably want to make that 2026, not 2036. I only have one question. When we build things like this, the thing that always comes to get us later on, which I'll ask now, is have you worked with the DPW and find out, once this is built, let's say all 3 phases were built, what is the maintenance cost?
Wrong
of this?
group. We no longer, it falls under facilities.
Okay, under
now.
facilities.
Yep.
Have
yep.
you worked in, have you worked in your overarching authority to decide, to determine what
I
the?
don't want to take anything away from Chris Ruth, because he has been fantastic in working with us the last couple of months on this project, so I don't want to take anything away from what he's done. So, not that I don't want to give Bill credit for something, but I want to make sure the credit is gone there.
Yeah. But I do also want to say that Chris is already looking, the facilities director is already looking at what, based on what components we're proposing for this, either the full phase or the reduced phase, he's looking at what needs to be done. He actually will be able to get information from the landscape architect firm to start putting together that plan. It's a legitimate concern. I mean, we all know that things get built and then the full maintenance that should be done doesn't occur. So, and, we've received feedback already from the public about that. So it's definitely something that he's already working on.
Okay. I would encourage you to encourage him to have it ready for town meeting.
Yep, I was in.
Because even though it's not going to go online until 27,
Yep.
if everything goes according to plan.
And I was in his office last week, last week, and I literally marched right in there, and I'm like, all right, Chris, what's the plan here? Because those are the questions that are going to be coming our way. And he's like, I'm still working on it. He has a whole lot of thoughts on it, and some of it's, we're maintaining what's there right now. Could it be better? I don't want to say we could necessarily improve on like the grass maintenance, but the overall park needs a lot of work in general from years of not having taken care of it. So he's got a good handle now on what it's costing and what it's taking for what we're doing right now. That he said he believes a lot of that will just transfer over into the next plan. The question is what any of our added
Right.
stuff would add, and that's what he's still working.
Because one of the things that people, if they're going to vote for $13+ million, and it doesn't get maintained in year 3, it looks like, why did we spend $13 million? That's going to be a very fair question.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
My only comments right now at this time are just to be prepared for town meeting, because this, as you know, is going to be a very challenging
Tough
town
one.
meeting. There are a lot of needs.
So I want to throw this out there too, Amanda. I think myself, Chris Sullivan, are really the only 2 members that have been on this committee since this project started. A couple of years ago, when I stood up in front of town meeting with Anna Lockwood and some of our other members, looking for additional money, it was a special town meeting. And, we got what we had asked for to move forward. It would be in my opinion, as a single member of this board, to not go back in front of the town with everything that we've worked on so far after spending their money would be, if I was, a taxpayer and not on this board, it would be very disappointing to me. I think the town deserves the right to say, for every project, including building reuse and everything else coming forward, the right to say yes or the right to say no. They also deserve the right to modify a request. If we stand in front of them and they are adamant that they want phase 1, and they have the support for phase 1, and there's a motion even on the floor and it's not done by the Parks Commission, that's okay. But I think we have spent enough of taxpayer money at this point that to not go in front of them.
I wasn't suggesting that, just.
Nope, it's something that a lot of people have said, why are you bringing it forward right now? This is the unfortunate situation that we are in, because when we started this project, we were not in this budget situation. It was before the assessor stuff happened. It was before the height of the COVID, the boom of the cost of materials had, skyrocketed. It was before last year and this year's school budget stuff and town budget stuff. So, but it's where we are, and it's the reality of where we are. And I personally, and I think that I was not at last month's Parks meeting, but I know the people that are there, and I've listened into that meeting. The consensus was, let's give the town the opportunity to say yay or nay to this.
I completely agree. I just want
Yep.
the presentation to be thorough in terms of what it is, so people know exactly all of the work that you have done, because a lot of people are going to be at this meeting that have not been involved, are not aware of all of the work that you've put into it. I mean, I played field hockey at Marshall Park in high school back when there still was a field hockey field there, and it has had issues for long before I was using that field. So, in theory, if we had all the money in the world, I would love to see this entire project go through. Whether we can afford it and whether, the town votes on it, I'm not going to comment on that. I just hope that, and I know that you will, and I know all the work that you're doing, that the presentation is thorough, and then the town people have to decide.
I will say, just to quickly editorialize, that I don't disagree with your reasoning, and I would probably offer that in the next 3.5 years, this year is going to be the best year that you have a chance.
Yeah.
Because next year, I can almost guarantee there's no way.
I just want to thank you as a fellow, elected board, how important it is for you to give your time and work on these things and how long they take to kind of develop. a lot of energy, thought, regrouping, refocus, has gone on, a lot of collaboration and engagement with the state, with looking for, really, you guys very proactively were looking and applying for grants. It's just, and I imagine the frustration as you try to come forward with a project that is, notably higher than what we expected it to be, but it's reflective of what things actually cost. And I know that people have in their heads memories of what things, used to be versus what things are now. And it unfortunately, you can't build a park anymore for $500,000, with all the stormwater requirements, the parking requirements, all the time, every bylaw that kind of kicks in, or every state law that kicks in here, that you end up with a project that is 14 million, and it's really hard to get away from all the pavement and everything. So I just want to thank you for the work, the diligence that has gone into this. I want to echo I think what Amanda had said as well, which is I think it's very important this year as we go to town meeting to really lay out, the work that's gone into this, so that way the voters can make an informed decision. Something I said in the earlier part of our meeting is, thousands of hours cumulatively that have been contributed to get to this point. Thousands of hours, and it's noticeable, it's obvious, right? And similarly, we're situated with the Municipal Building Design Committee, where we also started in 2019, 18. It's been going on for a long time, and you keep delaying things because things come up. You have a tax issue, and how do we ask the voters for an override when you have so many people upset about, something that went wrong? And then last year, you have an override, and, how do you bring before the voters something that you've been working on? And something that I've learned behind the scenes is every year we say no, every 2 years that pass, the project must get 10% smaller to say the same dollar amount. And so every year, now you're 2 years beyond, and so now you have a 10% more expensive project. And then now that you're projecting 2 years out, it's another 10%. So, I think it's important to get in front of the voters, let them make the decision on which way to go. So thank you for all your work.
Thank you.
Same here. You guys have poured your heart and soul into this project. You have worked so hard on this over the course of years, both current and former members of the Parks Commission. I think it's really admirable to watch volunteers work so hard on a project that they think will improve the town. I know it will too, by the way, I'm just going to say. So I hope this passes. I want to see it pass. I like the plan that you have as a fallback plan, just in case. Maybe there's an appetite to just do one phase of it. So we'll just have to see how it goes at town meeting. So thank you very much. Yeah, thanks for coming in tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. I do want to ask real quick, is there anyone in the audience who's here tonight to talk about the in-person early voting? Is anyone here for that purpose? Okay. I wasn't anticipating you guys to actually be here, but if you're planning on talking, we can go out of order so you're not just sitting around waiting. Do you guys want to do it now? Sure. All right, come on up if you want to speak to it. Yeah.
Hi. So we just, on February 20th, we had a meeting, and we are kind of saying that we don't recommend doing the early voting. That costs us money, which, the money that we save by not doing that is nothing like what people are talking about today. We might save a few $1,000s. Right. But people had always asked for a mail-in ballot. That will not change. The early voting involves a lot of people working for very little response. So if you have 5 people there, because we have to have registrars there, so you have to have a Republican and a Democrat, and then we also have to have people that handle the ballots. So that's a lot of money and a lot of time, where people can vote at town hall over the counter, anytime they want to stop in at the town hall is open. So that, and we need to have you. Let's see, I'm trying to think.
We have to vote.
Did you say who the "we" are, by the way?
Yeah, it's the
Ellen?
select.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No,
Board of
the
Registrars.
the Board of Registrars, okay.
The Board of Registrars needs the select board to
Right.
vote to
Yeah.
opt out, yeah.
So we are appointed by the selectmen.
Yes. And just to clarify for the public as well, because I remember I had confusion when we first had this before the board when I was on here as to what this actually was. You can still request a ballot from the town clerk and vote early.
Yes, you can.
For like a week or so, or actually longer, I think, right?
Once the ballots are out, you can request a ballot by mail
Mhm.
with your signature, and a ballot will be mailed to you. Or you can come into the office and vote absentee. An absentee ballot is supposed to be when you're not going to be available to vote the day of the election.
Nobody's
But
going
a
to check that
mail-in
line.
ballot
Right,
is-
right. And that option is there whenever town hall is open and the town
Correct.
clerk is here. You can go to that office, you can get your ballot, vote, and hand it in and just
Yeah.
vote
Correct.
here.
And if
Yeah,
you have one mailed to you, there is the ballot box out in the front there that you can drop it off at any point in time.
Right.
And that's obviously sealed and stuff like that, but.
all right, are there any questions?
Just a clarifying question for those that might be listening but haven't seen the agenda. This is for local elections only,
Oh,
correct?
yes.
Oh, yes.
My apologies, I
Yeah.
didn't specify that, yes.
Correct.
I fully support their decision. I concur with their reasoning and would vote in favor of what they're proposing.
I agree.
Same. I have a question, though.
Okay.
If you had an estimate, I think I definitely support the request. If you had to estimate the percentage of votes that are coming in this way, that have come in this way?
For a town election?
Yeah. Like, is it significant? Or
I would say absentee ballots for town election are probably maybe 150 to 200 at the most that
Okay.
we've had. We very seldom get, we do have some requests for mail ballots to be mailed, and that usually runs for a town election, I would say 50 to 100, but that's a lot.
Okay, but as far as people coming in voting over the counter, as you were
Right.
mentioning, not a lot of
No.
people? So you're just spending a lot of time present?
Right.
But no one's really showing up?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's not a lot of money in the grand scheme of things here when we were listening to your budgets.
You mean, by not doing this, we're not going to be able to support Marshall Park in its entirety?
I'm not sure about that one. I don't think if whatever money we could give to Marshall Park would make a difference.
No. Wouldn't put a dent in it at all.
So, but, our elections are different every year. So this year, we only have the town election in May, and like last year, we had lots of stuff, so.
Yeah.
We had 5
Our-
elections.
Yeah.
Our budget just goes up and down, and we just have to do it.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right,
Thank you so
is
much.
there a motion to opt out of in-person early voting for the local annual town election?
So moved.
Second.
Any additional discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you so
Thank
much for
Ladies,
coming in
thank you for
tonight.
coming.
Thank you. Always good seeing you guys.
Okay.
Have a good night.
You too.
All right. Moving on to appointments, ratifications, and resignations, and I'm just going to hand this off to the town manager to speak to.
Thank you. So the appointment this evening is a name that some of you may recognize.
Yeah.
Tiffany Tavares, who formerly served on the Finance Committee in town. I am recommending that she be appointed as Assistant Sewer Business Manager. Although she doesn't have municipal-specific experience, she has a abundance of accounting and bookkeeping and organizational skills that I think will translate really nicely. And so, subject to your approval this evening, she'll be beginning with us on Monday, March 17th.
Sounds excellent.
All right, is there a motion?
I would move that we ratify the town manager's appointment of Tiffany Tavares as the assistant to the sewer business manager.
Second.
Any additional discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously.
And the office did receive notification from John, AKA Jack Rabbit, that he is resigning from the Board of Assessors effective May 16th. I know there were some efforts made for him to rescind his resignation by the assessors, but he is feeling like it is time, and so we do have another vacancy, but
obviously thank Mr. Abbott for his service.
I'd like to thank him for his many years of service in many places down, around town, but most recently from the Board of Assessors.
And
Meeting with him tomorrow about the brochure about the senior tax write-off or abatement, so.
I agree. Thanks to Jack. I've known him my whole life and appreciate his service.
I want to thank Jack as well. Jack is a very dear friend of mine. His daughter and I went to school together, Jane's, and Jane's son and I went to school together, and I've known Jack and Jane for a long time, as well as their children. And, I think I know Jane probably appreciates this the most, but I want to thank both Jack and Jane for, supporting the town. We hit a really hard go there, and Jack Rabbit really stepped up to the plate and really helped move, I think, the Board of Assessors, as well as all the other members, but he was a critical part of the team that helped move us from where we were to where we are. And so I just want to thank Jack Rabbit and Jane Rabbit for their support to our community.
Absolutely. He answered the call of service, and I'm very appreciative of that. And he also assured me that this would not be the last of his involvement in the town, and to stay tuned for what's coming up next. So we'll see what that is.
All right.
And the final resignation this evening is of Joe Russo as a library page. And I don't have any other details.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Jen. And
I will thank Joe for his work, even though I have not met Joe.
Yeah, same. Thank you very much, Joe, if you watch our meetings. All right, town manager report.
Yes. So, bear with me just a moment. So the library teen room project is basically complete. So painters are coming in starting tomorrow, and that should be fully concluded out by next week. On the roof replacement and chimney restoration project, they are wrapping on the second chimney by early next week. Then the chimney folks will move over to Ritter, and the roof replacement folks, the roofing folks will come in here. That's where we're going to find out really what the condition is of that lower roof once we see what's hiding behind those shingles, and see what's left there. Hopefully it's good though. And then they will also move over to Ritter. There's some slate tile replacements as well as gutter and trim repair. Municipal building cleaning service bids are due tomorrow, and we will be opening them tomorrow. Just as a reminder, we had a very robust turnout for the tour, so hopefully we'll get some good numbers there. This is an older, the next item is an older capital project. So from FY21, the Adult Activity Center kitchen renovation, that project is ongoing. A new stove, warming oven, stainless steel sink, and stainless counters have been ordered and received, and we have hired a vendor to install a grease trap, which there has not been a grease trap previously in the Adult Activity Center. So that project is coming along. And lastly, and off of the FY25 capital plan, there was $185,000 appropriated for townwide keying and security. So we have obtained a vendor from the state bid list to provide these services. We are about to execute a contract with that vendor. And so under this project, all exterior locks on town buildings and access control systems will be replaced. That is for Town Hall, Ritter Memorial, Public Safety, Adult Activity Center, Library, Department of Public Works, Beach House and Tea Center. We are not doing anything at TC Passios under this. Recruitment, the police chief screening committee is meeting tomorrow to interview candidates. We were originally interviewing 4 candidates, but 1 withdrew, so we are interviewing 3 candidates tomorrow. We still have the seasonal positions available for lifeguard and beach. We have a library page position that's posted, a cemetery seasonal laborer position posted, and our administrative assistant in conservation, which is a 10-hour per week position, has been posted in the interim time period, we have an employee that's assisting conservation. Logan from planning is assisting in the meantime to provide coverage for that office. Board and committee vacancies, I think we're going to talk about that a little more detailed under another agenda item. The only other thing that I did not include on this is I had asked the board permission to close the building for some time next Monday, but I haven't provided a circle back to tell you what we're doing. So I am hosting a luncheon, a St. Patrick's Day luncheon for all staff at the senior center. The seniors are actually going to be on a bus trip to the casino that day, so so they will not be present for it. But I am hosting a St. Patrick's Day luncheon, and this is a good opportunity for folks to really gather. And we're going to be doing some kind of team building, but exercises during that time.
Excellent.
Yeah, great news. All right, and looks like that was it.
That was it.
Any questions?
I do have a question. Can you just refresh my memory about who's on the police chief screening committee? If you
Yes, yes. So I am observing the interviews tomorrow, but I will not be participating in those interviews. I'll just be doing the final. So it is Deb from the senior center, the fire chief, there is a town administrator, there is a police chief from another community, and I feel like I'm forgetting somebody. Superintendent. So I think the thought was, what are the community folks who interact with the police chief? So the schools and the senior center, so getting a cross-representation of kind of stakeholders, plus a police chief from another community that can allow for that technical kind of analysis,
Right.
And a town administrator from another community for the same.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, thank you very much, Jen. All right, it looks like we're sticking with you. So moving on to discussion on budget, capital plan, annual town meeting warrant articles. Start with the budget.
I was going to say, where would folks like to start? So I'm going to share my slides. I'm going to not provide a full budget presentation. I'm going to try to move through these quickly for folks that are listening at home. The full budget presentation was provided to the Finance Committee. The slides are online. Folks can either view the video or look at the slides. And as I pull this up, let me do that first. I can't talk and do that at the same time. All right. Slideshow from beginning. Okay, so since presenting this budget, I've received a fair amount of feedback from different stakeholders. Obviously, we have some tweaking to do here and there as things change within departments, but I have not gone in and moved the deck chairs, so to speak. So until we got through tonight, I thought that effort wouldn't necessarily be the best use of time. So real quickly, I'm not even going to go through this. This is the timeline, revenues. So I do want to sit here for a moment. It's hard to present and drive at the same time. But so you can see from this slide, the large majority of our revenues comes from property tax. So 72% comes from property tax. State aid is the next amount, then local receipts. But our total kind of revenues, $48,594,145. How did we get there? This is the Proposition 2.5 calculation, so the maximum allowable levy is 35 million and change. I'm just kind of skipping through some of this historical. So new growth, I guess I will talk about, new growth is estimated conservatively at 400,000 this year. Well, we're going to have to watch this particularly closely for the exterior market fluctuations. The building commissioner has stated that while wholesale new construction has really slowed down, that it is being supplemented by renovations and additions at basically the same dollar value. But this is certainly subject to market fluctuations considerably. Our state aid, our total state aid at this point is based off of House 1 or the governor's budget, right? And so the total receipts under that are $11,034,268. But then there's a few different lines that automatically sweep here to one budget or another. So school choice receiving tuition, charter school tuition reimbursements, and library, and then our assessments are taken off of that too. So our net state aid, where am I? Is my thing was coming, $9,803,871. Local receipts, so what are these for folks listening at home? Motor vehicle excise tax, fines, permit fees, departmental receipts. These should be, their recommendation is that these should be budgeted conservatively. In looking at the trends, we opened up each kind of source line and went through an analysis line by line and made some adjustments here, which really is on this slide. So this is the first year that cannabis is going to be fully online. So there's an increase for that. And ambulance, we know that we just increased fees. So there's a slight increase there. And then the last ones are based on trend. And we felt we could make these slight adjustments here. And I want to kind of stop here and say this to the board and to the public, this was one of the ways in which the number that was given to the school department changed was by altering these local receipt projections. I looked at where we are today in our local receipts, and while investment income is still very strong and abnormal, I want to see what happens to motor vehicle excise tax by the end of this month when bills are due. That is a large chunk of these receipts. If I actually go back. So FY25 projected is $1.87 million, where actual in FY24 was a little over $2 million. If we are short of the projection this year, which we'll know in about a month, we may have to revisit that local receipts analysis before town meeting. So I'm concerned, but not gravely, I guess is how I put it.
Can you go back to the previous slide?
This one?
Yeah, I'm just looking and comparing the FY25 projected to the FY24 actual.
Mm-hmm.
All of the FY25 projected are less and sometimes significantly less than FY24 actual.
So this is one of those lines that you don't need every one of these sub-accounts to all perform because they're all balanced against each other. So you want to stay conservative in case one falls off or doesn't perform well. It's being balanced out by the others. So the investment income really is the outlier there, right? So
That's the biggest, yeah.
If you go down to the bottom, it was projected for $85,600, and we received $414,577. That's prior to the prudent investor rule, but that was abnormal market fluctuations. It seems to be that the market's performing well again this year. This is, I think we're at like 1,288% right here, but even so, with that, it's not offsetting where we might be falling short at this point. We still have some months to go, but we're gonna watch this closely. In going less conservative here with a kind of volatile economy, we're gonna wanna watch this every month, and if we need to make adjustments at fall town meeting, make those adjustments accordingly.
Okay, because I'm looking at some other lines like fees, the Department of Revenue for Schools line is significantly lower for the FY project. I mean, I understand it's been, is that the level of conservation, of conservativeness that is to be expected?
It is probably the most volatile of our revenue streams, local receipts.
Yeah.
Can I ask a format question?
Sure.
Why in the columns does it go between 25 to 24 to 26 instead of year by year? Is this like some kind of sobriety test? I'm trying to compare these and I'm looking across because that's what I'm used to doing, reading left to right, and I'm like, wait a minute, I got to
Sure.
swap the two in the middle.
Because we don't have FY25 actuals.
No, I understand.
Right, so it's,
Oh, I
right,
get
so,
it.
right, but that's why, it's to show what is, if we were at the end of FY25, I wouldn't even have FY24 there. It's really to show the budget.
Well, I think it's always good to have multiple years, not just the last year, to see trends. So I think it's always good to have 3 years anyway. I'm trying to look at actual and, you know, obviously from the actual FY24, it was projected, for instance, motor vehicle to be $200,000 or thereabouts, $190,000 less. And, okay, that would be an interesting thing to know, and that kind of lines up with FY26 projected. But the way it's positioned here, it makes it difficult to read. But to answer, I think, Selectwoman Emke's question, I mean, the prior town manager was always very conservative, and she kind of hit the numbers pretty well each year to be consistent. So, you know, there was a lot of, in '24, I think a lot of people coming out of the pandemic really bought new cars and everything, which is why the excise tax was much higher, and then people just went back to a normal trend.
And that's, so I can absolutely add FY24 budgeted as well to kind of flesh that out so you can see FY24 budgeted versus FY24 actual versus FY25 budgeted, FY26 budgeted. But if you look at this next slide, which is where those changes were, you'll see that we didn't make any adjustments to motor, they're very minor, so we didn't make any adjustments to motor vehicle excise, right? So staying conservative, but also, especially, like, here's, the first one is really easy, cannabis, right? We only had 1 quarter so far of cannabis being online, so we know that there's gonna be excise tax there, right? It's just like the meals tax, so it's not going to be zero, so based on both the performance of meals tax and with the addition, a $24,000 increase there is on a budgeted 100,000, you know, line, I think is reasonable. But again, with local receipts, you don't need them all to perform. It's the bottom of all told.
I think Tom's comment on the format was just to put numerical order FY24, 25, then 20, swap
Exactly.
the first 2 columns.
Okay.
Don't put, don't.
You don't have to add more data.
The FY24 budget.
I just want to be able to read it left to right, that the years increase, instead of go back a year and then go forward 2 years.
Makes sense.
Okay. I don't know that, I don't know that that slide is ever going to see town meeting, because I don't think that, but I don't think that.
I'm pointing it out here because it's true of any data point,
Yeah.
not that, I mean, I'm seeing it and we're seeing it as a group, and it just makes it hard to read, that's all.
So, this next slide, for folks at home, I recognize that this might be really difficult to see. So, it is online, this is online for folks to download and look at, but this is how Carter had apportioned out the revenues for new revenues, and then I made the adjustments to this document. So this is how we came to what is the total amount of new funds that are available in FY26. So the very top is all about state aid. So after the assessments and direct sweeps into school and library, there's $495,986 from the cherry sheet that, and I don't know why he spelled it aid, but with an E, but there was, I just saw that, so I will correct that, but, so that is how much extra cherry sheet money there is this year, is $495,000. And then there's, the next line down is the overlay, so the assessor's overlay. The assessors, I think they've voted by now, but at last check-in, they hadn't voted yet, but they felt, in offline conversation, the chair felt that $250,000 was appropriate, so there's a little bit more being set aside from the overlay, and then I made that adjustment to local receipts. So the total net receipts, $449,747.50. So added to that, we have the Proposition 2.5 allowable increase of $790,052.70, plus the estimate for new growth at $400,000. So for folks at home, especially to understand, for the town and school budget, we have new money of $1,639,800. So I know that there's been a lot of advocacy, and folks are saying, can we just give the school more money? This is all there is for new revenues in FY26. So how was that apportioned? We took the total kind of percent breakdown between the town and the school and post override. And so the town represents 42.1% of the budget, so $691,000. The school, 55% of the budget, $904,000, and a small amount to Monty Tech. So when folks were talking about the town manager's increase, and this is where that $904,000 came from, is this sheet.
I do want to applaud you for that approach, because I've been arguing for that approach, at least as a starting point, for many years. And now to see it explicitly done like this makes all the sense in the world as a starting point.
And I can't take credit for that, so I'm going to give credit where it's due. It was Carter Terenzini. So this was his kind of model and where we started, so to him the credit, but I think it is a good way to kind of show the apportionment.
Yep.
Okay. This is just a definition, which I'm not going to go through this here, but the public definition of free cash, what is free cash for, where does it come from? But here I do want to stop on this slide for a minute. So sometimes you hear some criticism that why does the town have so much free cash and we shouldn't have free cash? Well, there's a recommendation from both the Department of Revenue locally and the Government Finance Officers Association nationally that we should be endeavoring to generate free cash in an amount equal to 5 to 7% of the annual budget. How that becomes a science that you can really target and dial into that escapes me, but that said, you make sure that you are generating free cash by conservative budgeting on revenues, and that all of the expenditure lines are not always down to the penny.
Right.
Now, as we go through these slides, you're going to hear areas, one is the budgeting local receipts less conservatively, where I believe, if I had a crystal ball, if we're here to next year, we're going to generate less free cash because of some of these things that we're going to go through, right? So if you look, though, at 2025, with the 2.2 million, that's right in the target at or right under the target at 4.56%. And you'll see that we're not well above ever in those years what that 5 to 7% is. It's pretty right on the money, maybe a little bit more, maybe a little bit less. So the select board has some financial policies about how to apportion free cash. I know we talked about that a little bit earlier tonight, but just for the purposes here, the first priority is to increase the balance of the general purpose stabilization to a level that's at least 5% of the current budget. That would be an amount equivalent to $2,256,468, and the stabilization account is over that at $3,037,534. I'm going to talk a little bit more about that as we go on, but prior to our earlier conversation, the plan here was to transfer $100,000 to the general purpose stabilization fund. The second priority is, I like bright line rules, and here's a bright line rule, transfer 10% of free cash to the other employment benefits trust fund. So that's $222,500. And finally, priority 3 was to transfer into the special purpose stabilization fund. There was no specific criteria in the policy of how much, just that was the third priority. But historically, there's been an appropriation of $250,000 here. So a little bit about what stabilization funds are. Here, just showing again the growth of the general purpose stabilization fund over time. You were below what those recommendations are as you were working towards them, but with good financial practices, you have exceeded the baseline. So this slide right here and the one before is why I said, if we had to forego a transfer of $100,000 into the general purpose stabilization fund, this is why. Special purpose stabilization fund, we have a number of them. I'll display it on this next slide. But the one that that folks typically are used to the appropriation going into is that vehicle equipment stabilization fund. That is what, although we have 5 special purpose stabilization funds, when you refer to the special purpose stabilization fund, it's typically that first one.
The vehicle one, yeah.
So here is where I just said we should transfer $250,000 into some or one of these. I think depending on kind of how things go, I would recommend that if we're going to make an appropriation into a special purpose, that it be health insurance stabilization as opposed to vehicle, but that's without kind of finding the 10-year vehicle plan that we talked about earlier, right? And what is the origin of that fund? Is it for public safety vehicles only, or is it all vehicles?
All vehicles. It's all vehicles.
Okay, so, okay. OPEB, just, I think the one thing to highlight here is that we are 2.69% funded towards our liability. Our total OPEB liability as of June 30, 2024 is a little over $52 million. For folks at home, we've always had an OPEB liability, right? This has always been here, but communities had to codify what that was, and now we have a real number for that liability. 2.69% funded. If you compare it, for anybody that's really interested, you can go on the PERAC website, PERAC, and look at the percent funded. It's not great, but a lot of communities are well under 10%. So there's only, I think, under 5 that have fully funded their OPEB. Okay, so this slide kind of illustrates what we were talking about before in our previous meeting, what the plan is for allocating or apportioning that free cash, which, as we know, is all quite up in the air. But what is not up in the air on this slide, okay, is the special projects warrant article, the $75,000 to decommission portion of TCP, some funding, $27,500 for the Board of Assessors to meet their DOR directives. They have a number of things that they're going to need to do, and probably there's going to be an apportionment probably every year to help them achieve those objectives. And the cemetery road network repair and crack seal for $50,000. The DPW did request a much higher capital item here, a little 200 and change. that couldn't be supported within the capital plan. So it was decided that let's address kind of the worst sections of road and patch to buy time. The projected snow and ice deficit at this point is $415,000. Hopefully we're through it now, but we'll know exactly what that number is within, I would think, a couple weeks, unless we get a surprise storm. This is supposed to say school special education move-in $50,000, and that CARES grant. I just want to talk about that CARES grant for a second. We do not have to settle this year. It's not a heck of a lot of money. It's $36,000 compared to our other numbers. We have to clear this liability off the books at some point to close it out, but we can carry it as a liability. I don't suggest that we do, but we could. And then the capital program, which I have a different slide deck for, is supported at $615,588. Okay, I'm just gonna skip by these categories and go right into the specifics of the budget. I just dropped for you tonight, I didn't realize that I hadn't done it yet, so thank you, Tom. The line item budget in the files for you to kind of dig in and review, and I'm sure that you're gonna probably have a lot of questions and comments as you look at those, but for the high points, so our debt service is decreasing as debt is rolling off. It's a $393,881 decrease, and for folks to say that's great, just roll that into the operating budget. That is not the best practice. It is more one-time in nature, in that you want to reserve that capacity for future borrowings. So of that, $284,412 is supporting the FY26 capital program so that it's not absorbed within the operating budget. The remainder is supporting the operating budget. And so this is a little short of $110,000. So this is not budgeting best practices. This is being used to balance the budget. So if there was discussion of an override for this fiscal year, I would want to make sure that we are restoring kind of this funding, that we are not supporting the operating budget by using the risk reduction in debt service. So to allow it to remain available for future borrowings. Let's see, so town managers proposed, I can't see my whole, hold on. I almost wanna, okay. General government. So this has a whole lot of different lines in it, but the biggest driver here for FY26 is our health insurance, which I had discussed has a 14.84% increase. But you will see that that line, when you look at the details, was not increased by that same amount. Why is that? Well, first of all, we do want to always budget for additional employees to come on and take a family plan, because we don't know what's going to happen. So there's 5 family plans that we have kind of set aside in there. But this is a budget that is one of the budgets that I believe, if I had to make an educated guess, was being used as a source to balance out deficiencies in other budgets as we go on for transfers, and as a place where any overage was returning to free cash. So by not adding, by getting closer to actual here, this will likely impact for next year our free cash in a negative manner. Medicare, we won't know that increase, so we've talked to our providers until January. So, but we're estimating a $24,000 increase there. Salary reserve, we have a number of unsettled items that we're kind of housing in salary reserve. So we have police contract bargaining is just beginning. So when we get to police, you'll see that there's only an $11,000 increase. Well, that's because they haven't bargained yet, so those funds are living in salary reserve. The DPW has not collectively bargained in some time, and so they have a new union. I have not received any kind of invitation to start, but I know that it's probably going to happen within this fiscal year. So there's an amount of money set aside for that. We know we have some hirings that are ongoing, and we don't know what the contractual amounts might be associated with those particular hirings. And there is also the SAP increase will be living in the salary reserve. So we actually are hoping that there's a little bit of a buffer here, but it's probably pretty close. And then the last kind of item on this slide to talk about is, right now, unemployment is level funded. But if there are, let's say, upwards of 35 layoffs at the school department, we will have to increase the unemployment line. Okay. Here's a particular area that I wanted to get some feedback from the board. So there was $50,000 in the town manager's budget for a grant manager position. I know that that came after a lot of discussion and dialogue about the need to get sometimes some outside professional assistance for grants, particularly that are technical in nature and you're wanting to hire somebody. But that position has gone unfilled, and it was anticipated to be through consultants, right? So it's not like we were hiring for somebody, but it hasn't been utilized for a number of reasons. I did commit to the Parks Commission that they can use whatever is there between now and June 30 to hire a consultant. But it is my observation that a grant writer, and I've talked to the finance director about this as well, and he is in agreement, that a grant writer is not perhaps our most pressing need. That perhaps a grant and contract manager is more of the need. Somebody to assist with what happens once that grant comes in. I think you have a lot of folks on staff who have kind of their specialized areas of expertise to write the grants, right? But managing them, once they come in, that's a little bit of a different story. So depending on what they are, and I'm not talking about really making this into a sole procurement person. This would be supportive of both the procurement position and the finance and accounting departments, but it really would be somebody that this is their duty, is to manage grants and contracts along the way. And so kind of wanted to see what folks thought about that. I know you're hearing it kind of fresh for the first time, but I don't see a need for a contract grant writer. Not that there's no need. I should rephrase that. Of course, we have a need for all of the things, right? Like, could we use a paid grant writer on staff? Absolutely. But do I think that more of the weaknesses is what do we do once we get that grant? And with whatever they are, the compliance, the reporting, the tracking, the keeping the project on track, sometimes that can get lost. And it's difficult when you're running your department to be also running the grant or running, the technical elements of it, not the work that's being produced through the grant.
So what I've heard in the past from the different appointed and elected committees and bodies was that they officially don't have anybody who can write grants, and that it's a very specific skill, and that's why it came up. I'm not saying that we don't need a grant and contact manager, but I would say that at the expense of a grant writer is a cart before the horse. There won't be anything to manage if we don't get grants, because we didn't write them. This is anecdotal, what I've been told, and what we've been told as a body, which is why we put the $50,000 in there to begin with, if I recall correctly.
I concur in that memory. I also think that the understanding was that we weren't going to be able to hire someone for 50 grand who writes grants, that this is going to be a service, and that, anyone that does grant writing, they essentially make sure they get enough grants to pay for themselves. I think that there's millions of dollars that's out there that we are not tapping into because we're not even aware that it's out there. And, when we have these kinds of conversations globally, like the ones we're having today, it would be wonderful if we were able to have, I remember during Heather's first couple of years and previous permanent town manager's first couple of years in the role, it was like hundreds of thousands of dollars coming in every year in grant. And it's like, oh, this is great. Last couple of years, I don't know what it's been, because I haven't seen the numbers, so I'm assuming it's low. But it would be helpful if we had someone that was out there actively looking for this, a grant writing service who's doing this for multiple municipalities. They see all this stuff, they kind of know the different products. So my opinion is, if we want to do right by our taxpayers, I think 50,000 goes a long way. Even if it only finds us 100 grand, that's 50,000 more than what the taxpayers have to cough up. And so I think there's too much value in this to not keep it, and it's unfortunate, that as we're having conversations about budget, that we're not having conversations about, how do we expand on some of the grants, how do we expand on some of the revenue, things that we've identified as potential sources. So to me, this is a potential revenue source, just like I've been saying for a very long time, solar is too. But it would be good if we can actually get movement on this.
So, go ahead.
Okay. I disagree with you, Michael Ray, on the fact, that $50,000 could go very far. I don't think, in terms of actually getting a contracted service, that it will go very far. I do, working on grants and adding grant writing to my previous role in the police department was something, because there are so many grants out there and we should have people looking at them. I would be supportive of having someone, whether it's this year, I don't know, but having a person doing the contract management, I would be interested in looking at it and, could we have a role that has the capacity to do some grant, searching for grants, and on top of the management as well as procurement? Because I do know, with Julie's role right now, she wears 3 hats. I mean, many more, but her major roles, assistant town manager, HR director, procurement. I think that it makes sense to consider having a person that would be doing contract management and procurement. So I would be supportive of that if and when we could do it.
And I want to say, I absolutely agree with separating out some of those duties.
Yep.
I like Julie a lot. We got to be real. It's what, a 32-hour-a-week position that used to be 28. And it's the assistant town manager, it's the HR director, it's the procurement specialist. It is way too many hats in one role and not enough hours for all of it. And I support all that. I also support a grant service that we can tap into that says, hey, we have these things. So I think we can do both potentially here.
So one of the things that I do want to comment kind of through the board, but really to the public, is that I think that in general, people hear these types of conversations and think that we can grant our way out of an operating.
We can't.
Right, but I want to kind of finish that thought, because grants typically, other than some of the formula grants, so like COA formula grant, that's a different thing. But grants typically do not pay for departmental operations. Mm-hmm. They pay for things that are very much one-time in nature. And they're typically things that are living off on our capital plan that you're paying for with the grant to free up funds for additional capital plans.
They pay for things.
Things.
Right. Not service,
Nice to have
not people.
things.
Things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I think that when there's a more technical grant, I think of some of the highly competitive federal fire grants. SAFER grant, which does put on additional personnel. When you have something that's incredibly technical like that with high competition, I think procuring a contracted service provider to assist the community, that makes a lot of sense. But a lot of, what right now open is a MVP grant, so Municipal Vulnerability Preparedness Grant. If between myself and the land use director and the DPW director, we can't submit a grant application for that type of grant, I think that we have some other challenges. I think that it is my expectation that department heads in DPW, land use, fire, police, town manager, probably not anybody in this building other than myself, if we can't really carry that water, I think we need to have another conversation. The more technical, the technical grants, the grants that aren't the ones that we're getting e-blasted from the state, no, we don't have time to go research other opportunities, for sure. So let me get back to kind of, I've heard the feedback.
I have some feedback, though.
Oh.
So I remember the conversation last year, this is potential to get more revenue for the town, more money for the town, and I support it, and it sounds great. The fact that nothing happened in a year, I want to know why. That concerns me. We had $50,000, nothing was submitted until now. The park's going to use this money. So understanding why that wasn't taken advantage of, because I don't want to do it again, only to not have it used again.
I would imagine that it has largely lot to do with timing, right? So
Right.
you have the town manager exiting, and I don't know that an interim town manager is going to contract necessarily for.
Well, there was no process in place. How do I get access to these services? There was no process put in place. And that's part of all the turnover that happened. But I know schools write their own grants. I know, Chris Riley has experience. I've heard him say he has experience writing grants. Bill Bernard, you have said you have experience. Green Communities submits grants. So it's not like it's not happening. It's happening. Are we missing other grants? Maybe, but I don't know, especially in the current climate, do we need $50,000 to go towards this?
Well, remember, I don't disagree with you, but I would remind you that we didn't spend the money.
We didn't, but.
Allocated the money and it just.
So
we
it
didn't
sits
do anything.
there. So now it goes to free cash. But we're looking for pennies in the couch right now. I mean.
Well, again, I hear you. I just wanted to make sure that people understood, not that you don't understand, because I know you, that, again, for people listening, that we didn't spend the money.
Right.
And we gave it as some kind of, retainer to a grant writing service, and, we didn't use it, we just lost $50,000. That's not
That's
what
a
we
fair
did.
point.
We just allocated it and we didn't use it. To your point, that we provide services or provide monies, but don't provide the mechanisms or the education or the knowledge base out there of how to access it and how to use it, that is something we really need to address. I think that is very similar in nature to proposing a building and never talking about the maintenance of the building. If you're going to give money for grant writing services, then we got to have a process and a procedure and an advertisement to the people who may use it that, hey, this money's available, does anybody have anything they want to use it for?
I think as well as you kind of go back to the drawing board or, think about this, one thing that maybe could be created in this is, I think what I'm hearing as well from my colleagues is some kind of policy around the utilization here, because what grants typically are for are to kind of encourage you to do something you didn't do before. And then there's we ran into this last year where a lot of grant funding went into one department and then it all got cut off. And there was a lot of things they wanted to continue and there was no funding for it. And similarly, I know we've seen it with the body cameras where we initially got them in grant funding and now we're paying for them. The grant funding, and I'm just using these as current examples, but there's more, that it does kind of usher in a long-term capital expense. And so it would be helpful if there was some kind of policy around what grants we really should be going for, because, something I've realized being an elected official is the amount of solicitation that we get. There's always someone selling us something. And it's obvious that it's happening to us, it's happening to the schools, and if someone's offering free money to it, they're all reaching out and grabbing it, and then it's a huge loss when you can't have it anymore. And I think sometimes it's like, you got to put a little more thought into what you're reaching out and grabbing. Just because it's free doesn't mean it's good, and doesn't mean we should be doing it.
I want to directly comment back because it's such a good point when you said body cameras. My previous community obtained a grant for body cameras for the police. When they had the vendor in and got the full package of all told what this is going to cost, we returned the grant to the state and said, thank you so much. No, thank you. We will not be going forward with this because we just simply couldn't afford. All that the grant provided for was literally the cameras and not any of the other software support. So I think that is such a good point.
Thank you.
So I think I've heard from you. Let me go back to the drawing board on this one. But I do kind of want to emphasize that we have a serious need around grant and contract management.
Yes, agree.
Okay, so since drafting this slide, the next kind of call out was about succession planning required in the town accountant's office, and there has been a significant change here. So Nancy O'Rourke, our payroll and benefits administrator, this was to plan for her eventual retirement, which she has now stated that she will be retiring. So I think
She will or she will not?
she will. So she is retiring. So we have now a more immediate, there's not time now for succession planning here. We have a more immediate need to fill the position. But in that, I do think accounting, we're going to have to go back and look, because I think we need to provide some additional supports there for our finance operations. And whether that's through kind of cobbled together between my office and downstairs for the additional support through a grant and contract manager, whatever that shakes out to be. With Nancy's retirement, that changes things dramatically.
I wince when you say cobbled together. That's the first thing I do is I just wince about, okay, here, I just tied all these string together, now just pull this string and see if we can pull this weight off. Like,
Well, see, this is consistent with some of the conversation earlier tonight about building, a staffing plan.
Yep.
Long-term, we've already heard, okay, support in the accountant's office, potentially, breaking out Julie's roles, there's, long-term planning.
So you're going to see as you dive into the line item budget, some moving of deck chairs. You'll see that some things are zeroed out, or some things have a really dramatic increase, and some of that is like the next one, where some funds got moved from the IT budget for telephone charges and moved over to central purchasing. This is not a savings, this is not an increase, this is just we're moving things around. So same thing as I kind of say it about this one, but across the board is you'll see everybody's postage line has been decreased to 0, and that has all been consolidated into one postage line.
Can I ask you a question while you're talking about specific lines like that? I know Carter brought up, the issues with our chart of accounts. Are you doing some consolidation with the chart of accounts?
So,
when I was an employee, there are so many accounts, some of which haven't been used since 1993. I mean, there's those redundancies at least that are getting removed?
So in a conversation that I had with the finance director about the budget task force recommendations, specifically around the financial audit and paying for a financial audit, where a lot of those things called out in the audit, what would be under that audit, do need to be addressed, but I don't think it would be by a paid auditor. I think it could be internal. I said to Ezekiel, would you be better served if we, instead of paying for an audit, that we paid for somebody from Munis to come in and clean this up for you? And his response was yes. So I think that would be a possible way to address that issue.
I mean, I wasn't
because
even talking about making wide sweeping
No,
changes,
but-
which I could understand, but
no,
like
I
some
don't
of those
think-
redundant lines is difficult when you're.
Right, and I don't
Munis
think
as a user.
with his current capacity, with his workload, that it's something that he's going to be able to address in a soup to nuts manner at this time, perhaps later in the year. But I do know that is for a big complaint from users, that it takes a long time to get into stuff, and that there's accounts that were set up for who knows why, and there's nothing in there, and project's been close out the account. Yep. So obviously, we're not having an presidential election this year, so election budget has decreased accordingly. And then you'll see a change in building, planning, Concom, ZBA, and land use. Again, moving the deck chairs, consolidating them under one budget. So it is land use department. I would like to really, I know Carter was starting to look at some organizational change within the department to gain some efficiencies. That's something that I would like to continue over the next year. It won't be done for this town meeting, but with bundling everything all under one department, it makes it easier to kind of handle the administrative support for the land use department as a whole. They're not separate silos. Okay, so central purchasing, I want to just jump back, sorry, to IT. So the IT network administrator position is not going to be filled. That is the amount that we were paying for that position is going to be used for our IT contractor.
Which we are keeping?
So I understand that there was a considerable amount of upset with the IT contractor. And I basically walked in and I was told by the interim, you have 2 days to decide whether or not to stick with this contractor or change course. And I said, I can't make that evaluation right now. So first of all, I will say, I have not received the feedback from staff of dissatisfaction that perhaps was there 3 months ago.
So a lot of it was really Munis.
Munis related.
Can you explain, I'm assuming it's a goods and services contract that we have with Suzer IT. Are we, and you had 2 days to sign a new.
I didn't sign a new contract. I don't know why the 2 days. I think it was another vendor that might have been.
Okay. Because I guess the question I'm asking is, we have to always go out to bid on this stuff. Do you have any idea when the last time we did a public bid on?
So this vendor is under SHI, and so it's on, this SHI is on the state bid list. So we have not done a procurement for them because we are not required to. I will say that I did a procurement for IT services, and to get in-house services where somebody's going to come in, I did not get any vendors except the one we already had. So I don't know that there's a lot, I can think off the top of my head of a handful of them. I would really like to evaluate, now that the Munis disaster is hopefully going to be relieved once the cloud migration is complete, which is ongoing, and I would like to evaluate, how do folks feel about this vendor? Because I have not received the negative feedback that might have been there. I haven't heard people complaining, so staff that's listening, if you are still experiencing issues with the vendor, please let me know. I have had my own experiences with them. I think having somebody here 5 days a week at this point might be a little excessive. And so I would like to go on what I call the Suzer diet, that eventually, over the course of this next fiscal year, I would like to reduce that to 4 days a week and see if, for in-house support, see if then, could we then again reduce that to 3 days a week. I have not signed any contract, but from what I discussed with the vendor, I have asked for that contract flexibility to be in there, that we can decide that we would like to go from 5 days a week of in-house support to 4 days a week. I think when you have in-house support, people are relying on that IT tech support to do things that they can do themselves. Change a paper jam, fix a paper jam that's not bad, swap out the toner. I don't think you need IT to do those things. So, but I will say that there is new phone systems that have been installed at the police department, and I have witnessed the vendor dealing with the phone vendor and being an absolute advocate for the town and really engaging in the type of conversations with the vendor that I wouldn't want to shift to staff, that they're really managing that. They were watching them through that kind of conversion process. I think that I don't necessarily have, although the phone system I maybe have complaints about, I don't have complaints about the way that IT handled it.
Yeah.
I will say, again, I'm still friendly with many of the staff members over there, that they, especially in the police and fire departments, I have heard nothing but positive about the current person from Suzer that they're working with. I've heard positive feedback, which was not a thing before at all, so.
And to that specific point, I think that, so Suzer is a large company, and that the person that was in that role may prior to the individual we now have, maybe wasn't the best fit for Lunenburg. And I think that the particular individual that they have, which is not the company, people are very, very satisfied with him. So.
So the answer to my question is yes.
What was your question, Tom?
Don't worry, just say it's yes.
So yes, no, renewing the contract for this year, listen, if.
You don't have to go through it. The answer is yes, I get it. Let's go on.
If they go bad, we'll be moving to another vendor. So, all right, central purchasing, this is just really moving things around. So, it stays flat, but there are increases in here because postage moved here, but then other things moved out. Okay, police. This is a very small increase. This is not really what the increase will be. As discussed, they are bargaining, and so there will be a different increase here. In addition to the bargaining and the ongoing recruitment for the police chief, there is a substantial, not substantial in dollar value, but substantial percentage-wise increase in K-9 care.
Why?
Good question. So we have two animals. One is a canine and one is a support animal, right? And so by law, the handlers are required to be compensated, and for some reason or other, only one was being compensated.
I can speak a little bit more to that. We did present this last year in the budget for the police department. Brad was one of the first, if not the first, comfort dog handler in the state. He's been really pivotal in getting that program up and running. Prior Chief Marino and Brad had an agreement to get this program off and running where he would do it on his own expense. That program has since taken off. I mean, he is Hank is our most popular officer, above and beyond. Everyone requests him. He's great. But Brad has been doing this for free for all of these years. It, in my opinion, shouldn't have happened. He should have been being compensated all along. So I'm really glad to hear that you're supporting that, because we did present it last year and it was not supported last year. Especially as Hank is entering retirement, you cannot continue to ask someone to do that for free when they are, in my opinion, legally or obligated to do it.
Oh, no, it is very clear that it is a requirement of the law. Right.
Yes,
So that we
so I
compensate.
am very glad that is a change. I don't believe we have the option to not do it.
We do not.
I think that Brad has done the community a huge service by doing this for free for all of these years. And if we want to continue this program, which I truly believe is very valuable, that this isn't an option, in my opinion.
I thought that role was split between the school budget and the police
No.
budget. No, it's fully in the police
It
budget?
is fully in the police budget.
Okay.
The SRO role?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Which we have two now, with just one comfort dog handler.
And you're right, Hank is getting close to retirement, so, we don't know who, okay. I've lost control. Okay. All right. Fire, a small increase here for a large budget, a little short of 40,000. Really, this is being driven by supplies, largely EMS supplies. This does not incorporate the fourth shift proposal whatsoever, okay? Radio watch,
Can I ask a question before you go on that? Has there been conversations with the fire union in terms of, giving them any relief for their overtime calls, for anything? We hear pretty regular updates from, the fire union's president, that they're really struggling there with, with their call-ins. Is there anything that is being done to address that at all, or that really would only be able to be handled with a fourth shift?
unless there are folks who don't know that we are available for them to come in, like, that work full-time in another area and for some reason aren't on our Sunday Kelly Day, right, list, which I think is probably not the case. There's not really a whole lot of ways around this, without having the discussion about potentially another shift.
Okay.
But that is a large discussion that does involve bargaining.
I just want to ask too, because in the finance committee meeting, you spoke a lot about how this was probably a priority for you next year, and how you also didn't think that we necessarily needed an override to achieve this. Do you just wanted to speak to that?
Oh, no. We would need an
Yeah.
override to achieve this.
Okay, I see.
So.
I know you guys were talking about other options too, but
No, so in Finance Committee, there was some discussion about, I think if I'm recalling, can you put one firefighter on at a time? And it does not make sense to do that. You put on the shift, or you leave it as is.
Right.
So I don't know if that's perhaps, no, we wouldn't need necessarily an override for one, but
sure.
we do not have, well, let me rephrase that. Sure, we don't need an override to fund the fourth shift, but I would need to make proportional cuts somewhere else in order to fund the fourth shift.
Okay.
So, and this is a little shy of a $500,000 potential here without going through that process. That's kind of the order of magnitude we're talking about for the fourth shift.
And I just think that this is, as we continue these discussions, that addressing the fire department issues is something that I'm glad to hear that, it's your priority too, but I just think that we really do need to dig into addressing this as we could talk about overrides potentially next year.
Mm-hmm. Okay, radio watch, dispatch. But not much of an increase to really note, except that now that Hudson's joined, it's probably going to be level, because we saved $6,000 by Hudson joining. So, there you go. There's the $6,000. To be able to just manage a dispatch for a community the size of Lunenburg, if we were not a member of regional dispatch, you would not be able to achieve it with this $310,000. So joining at the time that the community joined Neshoba Valley Rec was a wise decision. I know that they will, I was just at their meeting last week when we were discussing potential additional communities coming on. There's some interest in even growing the rec more and having some additional communities, which we'll have a lot of talk about which communities those are, but there's a hope and desire that there could be additional folks coming in that would even reduce our assessment more. Okay. Other protection, here is where you see a very large decrease, because in other protection, this is where your building commissioner was housed prior to moving over under land use. So that's really the only change here. Health and sanitation.
Just as a note, because we talk about this from previous years, that change on your spreadsheet or somewhere needs to have a footnote that
Yes.
says what we did, so that when people look at it in future years, they're like, what in the world happened? How did we get 60,000, whatever it is less? You know, we'd want to know that, because that information in a year and a half or 2 years will get lost, and people will forget unless they look at the line item, unless they see it, this is what was changed.
That's a helpful point, thank you. Yeah, and also to town meeting voters, too. Right?
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously, you want to say that the town meeting, that's for this vote. But when people review, like when you have a budget task force and they're reviewing things, they're like, why is this wild change in this budget line item? And unless there's a note that says what happened, it just looks like the money just disappeared somewhere.
Okay, health and sanitation, again, this is an area that you have regionalized with Neshoba Valley Boards of Health. We get robust services through that entity, and we would not obtain that level of services with this type of funding if we were to do it on our own. Okay, so DPW. All right, so we don't have a contract for DPW, so there are some funds that have been apportioned in the salary reserve. As we discussed, the pavement management line was, Bill had requested $600,000 in this year's budget, but FY '25 had $550,000. At this point, that has been reduced to zero to balance the budget. Tom's already shaking his head. When this slide was created, what we didn't have is that we have the additional potential funds coming from the state for Chapter 90 this year. Drainage had a small increase. And then snow and ice has a more substantial increase. So as the board is aware, this is one of the only lines that you can deficit spend. It is probably the only line that you can deficit spend. We probably do it every single year. But as I've tightened up some other things, and I'm concerned a little bit about actuals deviating too far from budgeted and our ability to offset this with free cash, I have increased snow and ice by $110,000, just so that gap isn't as big as we go forward. And I think that this is an area that this is one area that you do not want to budget anywhere close to actuals, because if you don't spend your budget in 1 year, so if, let's say we have budgeted, let's say $500,000 for snow and ice. If you spend $475,000 and you don't fully expend it, you cannot deficit spend the next year. So.
Wow, I did not know.
Yes, so this is one budget that you still don't want to be at actuals. But we should be.
Crazy process, by the
It
way.
is a crazy process. It just,
The height of illogic, but
but we should be closer to, I'm taking a step closer to
I
reality.
think a good rule of thumb is that it shouldn't go, the deficit shouldn't be more than the same as what you're budgeting. That's what I would say, a good rule of thumb.
Yes, and this year it is.
Right, oh, no, I know.
Right, so.
And I support the 110 additional, that makes sense.
And then a small increase in purchase service. So is now a good time, Mr. Chairman, for the full discussion on pavement management plan, or?
Yeah, I was wondering when we were going to get into that. Yeah, if we're on the topic now, might as well.
Okay, so, let's see. I'm gonna stop sharing for a moment.
So there's another spreadsheet.
Yeah.
Called PMP and Chapter 90 projections.
And for Tom and Michael Ray, this is going to be a very difficult spreadsheet to view on those tablets.
Yeah, I'll follow along.
Do you want us to see this?
So the first.
Which one is it?
PMP and Chapter 90
Right, okay.
projections.
Yep. Thank you.
Bill put this together for me yesterday, and I just have to give him some public kudos here, because what I asked for versus what I received, this far exceeded what I received. This far exceeded what I requested, and I cannot believe he turned this around in one day. So, some public kudos to Bill there. So the first tab at the bottom is Operations in Chapter 90. So you'll see here what our Chapter 90 annual apportionment was versus our expenditures. As the board is aware, Chapter 90 you can build up over time. You don't have to use it all in one year, so that's why sometimes there's a zero spend, or we've expended more than we received in a given year. That's normal. And then, Caesar, when you click, it's clicking on my screen.
Yes, me too. I see a PCN go all over the place.
So, and then the operations line, you can see that we've been steadily increasing the support within the tax levy to support the roads program. Those two taken together, have we fully expended that in every year? No, but we've also exceeded those two taken together in some years. So if you go to the next slide,
The next slide.
oh, not the next slide, so the next tab.
Okay, okay.
The next tab, thank you. The original plan shows if we had the traditional Chapter 90 apportionment plus what's within the tax levy, what the plan was for FY '26, FY '27, FY '28, '29, and '30. And then as you go across here, you see what happens under various scenarios. So the first scenario is not bad, and that's that if we do receive the full $690,000 in Chapter 90 funds that we're hoping for if that bond bill is authorized, and the pavement management plan is restored next year within an override, there's not much of an impact to the overall plan.
What do you mean? So the whole 550 is restored?
So if we go without 550 this year, but it's restored next year, this is how, so scenario one is if this year it's zero within the tax levy, plus the 690,000 from the state, but that we restore that $550,000 next year, this is the plan. You're going to see in the other scenarios what happens if we don't restore what's within the tax levy. So there's not a substantial impact on the pavement management plan if we do not fund it this year, but restore the funding next year.
My understanding is that the pavement management plan, we've been putting in $50,000 a year.
No, so it's been increasing by 50.
Increasing?
Yes.
So we're at,
You're at 550 this year.
okay.
So, under this scenario, this is contemplating that annual apportionment goes back in either through an override or it's just restored next year, but that money is coming back. So, 1 year without tax levy, this is where it is. It's not a big impact.
Can I ask you a question before you keep going on that? I believe the prior town manager's plan was to get the PMP line to $1 million in the budget. Is that correct? Do you all remember that
It was,
conversation?
I don't remember the target.
I remember a million.
The target
But it's
was-
it was a number to keep it, right, the pavement.
I thought it was part of the plan, was to
Right.
build it up to $1 million
So I was
balance.
at the DPW when the original
Yeah.
pavement management plan was put in
Right.
place. And then, the debt exclusion, a lot of history around the pavement management plan. But I just didn't know if that target, if Bill thinks that target is attainable, knowing with what we've been expending, is that still the goal, to have $1 million living in our annual, in our budget every year for roads in addition to Chapter 90? Is that still the goal? I would be interested to know, you know, we're talking about restoring 550,000, but is the goal still to continue every single year to increase it by 50,000? And is that still what we want to do as a town?
Okay, that's a good question. I'll find out from him.
I mean, do we need, maybe the original plan was to build to 1 million, but based on the historical data, do we need that?
Not even just a need, but from my understanding from when I was working at the DPW, is, especially with staffing issues, can we actually expend that amount of money, even if we had it? Do we have?
I think a lot of it's
we
contracted
have.
out, right?
I mean,
Say that again?
Isn't a lot of the paving and the work contracted out?
Yeah, oh, no, it
Yeah,
is.
yeah,
It just,
okay.
you know, contract management,
we have
the whole
done it.
thing.
I mean, there's many years that we've gone over it. I mean, some we've gone under it, but,
Yeah.
so I think the answer to that question is, from
Wait,
the
you're
evidence is clearly yes.
I think she was asking a different question, which is, is there a different target other than 1 million? Is it?
Oh,
Yeah, I want to know what the long-term plan is, right? Are we still trying to increase this every single year by $50,000 to get to 1 million? Is that what we are still, that's my.
Well, okay, well, we can reevaluate that, but last year, of course, we didn't raise it, so we kept it the same as this year.
Right.
This
So when
year
we're
is-
talking about restoring, are we talking about restoring it at 550? Are we talking about continuing that plan each year? So that's all I was getting at.
And, you know, we're in New England with a very short construction season, so, with only so many vendors. So I think that's a fair question to ask. Could you spend $1 million with it, on average, a year, plus the, whatever it is, 400 or 600,000, depending on what the state does with Chapter 90?
Well, luckily, we have 9 years, if we increased it by 50,000, which we're not going to do. We have 9 years to come up with an answer to that question, which I don't think is really relevant today. I would keep our eye on it, but I mean, I think we came up with the number because of what it would take and what was projected to take. Because yes, while we live in New England and the construction season is short, we live in New England where salt and sand is high and used a lot and deteriorates roads, and they deteriorate roads at a predictable rate, I think. So, you know, there's going to be a cap where it's going to be, okay, this is how much it's going to cost, and then you just have to adjust for inflation each year. I don't know what that number is, but I mean, it looks like even at 550, it's not that number.
So, I'm sorry, but I'm confused. On the first tab,
Yep.
line 6 and 7, so the pavement management plan operations budget in line 6, I see the balance, you know, last year, 2024, and this year at 550,000, because we haven't added to it.
Right.
Line 7, I'm seeing like 2025, for example, 470,000, is that what's coming out? In 2024 was 400, how can we still have 550,000? What am I not?
No.
In 2024, we only expended
We only expended
$453,000.
$453,000.
But wasn't the balance?
They got
500.
550.
I thought line 6 was the running balance. You can see the
No,
increase is
no, that's what I'm
50,000.
saying. That's what I thought
Annual.
initially, and then it occurred to me that we were increasing what we were giving by 50,000 every year. So
Yeah.
in 2021, they got 400,000. The next year, they got $450,000.
Oh, it's not a 50,000.
It's not a rolling account. This is
isn't
what they
some-
get every year.
This isn't the rolling balance. This is-
No, there's no rolling
It's an
down.
annual
It's an
appropriation.
annual appropriation, right?
Chapter 90 is the accumulating one.
Right, so the top line rolls, but.
All right, that's confusing.
But-
Can we roll them both? Make them the same. All right.
But the
So we
top
are
line-
underspending our pavement management plan.
Sometimes.
Sure.
Sometimes. I guess it depends. It depends on the given
4
year.
out of the 7 years that are here.
So the yellow minuses are what we gave back to free cash, is that it?
Yes. Well, between what we gave back to what we gave back to free cash.
Okay.
Yep.
Which is, again, a very bizarre way of putting this, because I'm like, that would be where we overspent, like, those are negative numbers, and then I'm like,
No,
no,
it's-
that's not where we overspent. I'm like,
Right.
okay. Now,
Underspent.
right, we underspent. So there's 3 years that we've underspent, and
4 years.
4 years.
Well,
No.
if you count this year, was it?
I think we're gonna probably spend this year's. We have a couple of big projects happening, so.
Are we going back to the scenarios now?
Yep. So-
Which one are we on now? Are we still on one or?
Oh, God, how many are there?
No, so there's a variety of scenarios.
Yeah.
I don't think we need to go through all of them, but you can see really scenario 3, assuming that we do not restore within the tax levy any funding for a pavement management plan, we go off the rails pretty quickly in that plan. So, I think I've shared with you privately all, but to state it publicly, the reason why I went here before going anywhere else is we have a budget gap. And I was looking for where is going to be least impactful to the most residents right now. That's the way I was looking at it. That said, if we take this money out of the operating budget, it is always very difficult to start to restore.
That's my, that would be my point. I mean, you are coming in at now, what, the 6-week mark or something?
Something like that.
Okay? To get the pavement management plan in place and to get the leverage and a capital expenditure to do it, took a lot of political capital, a lot of convincing, and it was hugely successful. People love the roads, and anytime I cringe when I go out of the roads of Lunenburg within a quarter of a mile because it's detrimental, and if you go west from here, it's really detrimental to your car, okay? So, I don't want to risk a successful program that saves everybody who drives on the roads, safety and car repairs and everything, and I am highly suspect that we would be able to risk. I'm willing to reduce it because we got an increase in Chapter 90, and even though it needs a bond approval, I'm willing to reduce it by that much for a year. That's less risk than I am about saying for 1 year we'll get it in and then we'll just cross our fingers and light candles and hopefully an override will pass and we'll put it back in next year.
And this is why I was hesitant to have the conversation we had earlier, because if we decide to not fully do this reduction, then we're back at square one of not having the 500,000.
Well, to that end.
So this has nothing to do with the 500,000 for the school.
Oh, I thought that.
No. So let me be clear on that. So this is balancing, and I know that there's some criticism from the public when I say the town side of the budget, but that's really the only way I can talk about it. It is all one budget, but this is balancing our budget.
Right, but
So
if we had to
if
use
we-
those school fund, the money that we were going to use for the school to balance.
Oh, for using free cash to supplement the plan?
Because
So-
if we don't make this cut, then we're not closing the gap on
have
the
to
town
cut
side.
elsewhere.
We would
So-
have to cut elsewhere.
The one thing, really stands out from the presentation so far, which is all the payments to the stabilization funds. Number one, the general stabilization fund, you clearly say we're over, and we don't risk going outside of our policies by not funding it. So that's $100,000. OPEB is a voluntary thing, we have a policy, but you know what? If we don't spend 220 and we take 100 from there, that's certainly, we don't have to do anything, right? I mean, it's a voluntary policy. The other one, the vehicle one, again, we don't have to put 250, we don't have any policy on that. So we don't risk anything by doing that. So right away, right off the top, I think there's $400,000 you can not put in there and use to get to next year without really having any terrible impact.
So, to this though, I do have the question, because that's outside of the operational budget, right? So, within the operational budget, if I am to restore this, if I'm not restoring this with free cash, if I'm restoring this within the levy, I need some direction of where I'm going, because where I go next is not going to be popular and is going to be painful as well. There are no good choices. So where would I start talking about next if you wanted to hear from me what I'd start talking about? I'd be talking about the trash, not the trash program, but pay as you throw, but recycling program is about $400,000. That's equivalent amount of money. Are we going to potentially have folks privatizing their trash and recycling? There is the mosquito control program at $89,000. After those three things, and none of them are good choices,
I'm getting into departmental cuts. People, not pencils.
We don't have.
And what I'm saying to you, from what I said at the meeting earlier, is that I understand 100% that using free cash to supplement the budget is generally a third rail. You know, a la the Ghostbusters crossing the beams, I thought you said that was a bad thing. In this case, I think it's the only thing that's not impactful, okay, that gives us, if we commit, as we were asked to do earlier, that there will be a plan between the whole town, that means all our departments, the school department, to go for an override and explain what we have to supplant. That means we have 1 year. This is like, this is starting the clock. You have a 1 year clock to say, we're going to do something that is not the best practice. We are going to raise our hand and admit to you, this is not the best practice, but it's the least impactful, and all of the spending that we're going to redirect, we can't do it next year.
Correct.
I'm willing to do that for a year with that understanding, and then build the narrative about why we need an override next year.
Yeah, you know, I agree with almost everything Tom said except for his conclusion. So I think Tom said most of what I wanted to say. You know, I think, you know, if we make this more personal, right, you have your home budget, right, and you know your income's going up at a certain amount, but your expenses are going up more than your income. What do you do at home? Do you start putting everything on the credit card, maintain the same lifestyle, or do you cut? You cut. And I think, you know, when you have certain systems, like you know that your boiler has to get maintained every single year. Do you cross your fingers and say, well, this year I'm not going to do it? No, you make sure that critical things that are already working well keep working well. My gut says that if we are in an environment where we are seeing it on the news every day, federal government is holding things steady, which means it's cuts. The state is doing the same, which means it's cuts. I don't know why we are trying to shield our people from reality. And to me, if we have money sitting in stabilization funds, I don't know why that is fully off the table. I don't know why we don't just say and I know that everything's bad options, but I think for the public at home, for me, if you have money sitting somewhere that you saved for bad times, and we can all say, well, this is probably a bad time, why not touch some of that money? But to me, the pavement, the road situation, I agree with Tom. I remember the roads, you know, and I remember what they used to be like, and I know what they're like now. And the only reason why is because of this pavement management plan. And previous members on this board, previous members in the community got together a long time ago and started this. And this is like one of those things we do really well. And, you know, I'm a believer in sustains, in the things you're already doing well, keep doing well, so it doesn't become something you got to fix later. I don't say, my opinion is don't touch pavement management. If we decrease it, I'm okay with it, with a small reduction, maybe the rate that we're saving it, maybe we can go backwards and go back to 400 grand, maybe that's where it is and start going back up. But to eliminate this and then hope that, again, this is one of those things where we sustain it, it's in our plan, and we go to the public. Again, it doesn't sound like we're going to be in agreement on an override, but I think we go to the public and say, here are the tough decisions we have to make, and we need your help to decide which ones we're going to make. But I think we live in almost a true democracy. We got to trust Mr. and Mrs. Joe Public.
But I just want to clarify my position, because I don't think we disagree on the override. What I'm saying is that we do the things that I just proposed, telling people we have 1 year. The ultimate decider of if we spend the money is going to be the taxpayer. So the fact that we might propose an override and explain why we need it to keep the services you're doing comes with the flip side of that narrative, which is if you don't approve it, these are the things you'll be losing. I want to give the people a good 6 months, because we should build this and pitch it for 6 months so nobody can say we didn't know what we were voting on. It really ultimately is up to them. Some people cannot afford it. I remember when we were fundraising, or not fundraising, we were call banking for the new library. And I was part of that group, and I remember hitting a few people who were in fixed incomes, and they said, I think we absolutely need a new library, but I can't afford it. And I remember telling them that I think you should go to the polls and you should vote no. Now I'm here pitching for it, but I'm like, I don't want to dictate what people are doing, not that I even have the power, but I don't want to say that. I want to give people what I think you want to give the people, which is, I want to tell them honestly what the options are. You can do it, you cannot do it, but don't be surprised what happens in either way. For those people who can't afford it, and if everybody else wants it, that's going to impact them. If not enough people want it, and there's cuts, you got to say, you can't say we didn't tell you that this was going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, I think the only, and I don't want to get too off topic, Mr. Chair, but, I think that legitimately, if we let it build though, like the risk is if you let it build and now the situation's way more dire, right? Is that the right approach? And that's where I'm a little more struggling. Like, we can see the writing on the wall today, but we don't want to ask the question today. But next year, when what has to get cut is so much more dramatic than what has to get cut right now, it's almost like you're forcing people to, I don't know. I would just much prefer, especially as I'm thinking about the senior households, I'd much prefer to give them an option for a $200 or $300 increase versus an $800+ increase.
Well, I would say that,
I
would say to you, it's a false choice, because if you tell them now you're going to do it 300, next year you got to come back with another 400 anyway.
Yeah.
So I want to do something that's long-term. There's no right answer of when to do it, okay? I would say that. I am for the more comprehensive plan that and the time to explain to people what we are proposing. Because what I think would be proposing, and I'm not going to be part of this, except from out there, and I will be out there, okay, is comprehensive, and it's going to be difficult. It's not going to be a two-line thing. It's going to be a plan, and a plan is going to have multiple pages with multiple scenarios, and we have to boil it down. So it's going to take time that we don't have this time. That's the only reason.
Yeah. My only concern is how much can we drop this? That's my only question. Like, how much can this be restored? Given what Tom just said, what realistically can we do here to make sure that we don't eliminate our investment in our roads?
So in a response to all of this, and I don't want to put anybody on the spot because I realize that you're digesting and thinking, and so I would welcome you to think further and then email me separately or have conversations with me separately, but whether we restore $50,000 or $550,000, where I go for that money is not easy. So
That's what I was getting at when I brought up the schools, which I understand is outside of our levy. But if we're talking about restoring this, then I don't think we can tell the schools we have $500,000 to give them. Because we would need that to offset the town cuts unless we're gonna do those other drastic cuts that you're talking about, which personally I would not support.
So
then, we're not in a good situation.
But as Tom said, we can just not make the contributions to all these reserve funds that already have.
Use that free cash to fund this.
So, but what could we take on top of what you're already proposing to offset the schools? Because you are already talking about not funding those.
Right, if we are offsetting this,
we're already doing things for the schools.
If we're supplementing this year with free cash, is that what you're saying? If we are supplementing this line?
No, if we're already taking money from where we normally would have put into stabilization into free cash to give to the schools.
That's what we discussed earlier.
It's not done yet.
No, but that's what we discussed earlier.
300 of the 300.
About 400,000. It was 350 plus.
Didn't you say it was 500? We were
350,000
plus
300. It's all free cash. So 350,000 between the two stabilization funds.
So we're already not funding them the way that we normally would. We're taking money out of them to offset the schools.
We're taking money from one time, this is different, right?
I know, but what Tom is proposing, sorry, I feel like maybe I'm not understanding. But what Tom is proposing is that we use additional free cash or stabilization money to not have to make this cut. but can we do that? Because you're already proposing using some of those
No.
free time monies
So
for schools.
Right, so if I'm offsetting this cut by using free cash, then that's a different conversation.
Right, we can't.
That's a
we don't
different
have $1 billion.
conversation. That's a different conversation that we're having with the schools for the use of one-time funds. If we're supplementing the pavement management plan with free cash. If we're not supplementing the pavement management plan with free cash and we're keeping it, because I'm hearing two things. One is keep it within the operating budget so that we don't lose it, right?
Yep.
And so if I am not depleting it within the operating budget, I need feedback from folks, as you think about it, what is palatable for me to go to?
So
It's
fir-
not free cash.
First of all,
It's not free cash. It's-
I am willing to deplete it by the amount that our Chapter 90 money went up. So that
So reduce
200,000,
it.
we can reduce that by
Yeah.
200,000. So we only have to come up with another
350.
300, right, 350.
And so that, yes, but coming up with that additional 350 is where I'm asking for.
Could you come up with that out of one-time funds? In
Yes.
addition to what we've already talked to?
Yes, but it doesn't accomplish the goal here, which is to keep it within the operating budget so that it doesn't accomplish that.
So, if I understand correctly, the balance of free cash is 383,000, right? That's what you talked about?
At the bottom, if all the appropriations.
Okay. One question I had was with the recycling. Do you know if we changed to every other week schedule? Another comment that was shared with me was if we could take the recycling to certain locations and have designated pickups, would that save money?
And I think, to that point, Renee, I only take my trash out every other week. I don't take it out.
Well, I emailed Jen, I mean, in Maynard,
But
so
you're in the
wait.
same boat we are, I mean,
It's getting late, and I'm gonna get punchy.
no.
In Maynard, in Maynard, we had trash pickup every week, but recycling was every other. You were either on the blue or the gray schedule.
Shirley's the same way, every other week on recycling.
And I don't know if that saves money, but, I mean, I don't generate I generate more recycling than trash, but I have the big, because I'm in the HOA, we have E.L. Harvey, so we have the carts, I have the big carts, so, I mean, I can go almost a month before I fill those, the trash anyway, the recycling we fill, but, I think every other week, I don't think that would people?
Well, I think some households would have a hard time with it.
Right.
Recycling?
Children.
Children.
People have lots of.
Recycling.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of
You get a bigger bin.
kids.
Amazon.
You get a bigger bin.
We have like 3 bins that we put out, so we put like 3 or 4.
And you squash all your
I'm for
containers?
that being on the table.
I agree. I'm okay with trash costs increasing.
I don't want to touch the mosquito program. I really don't.
That being, looking for ways to reduce that, so.
Yeah.
Renee, just to catch you up. Renee said,
it's-
maybe we'll do it every other week, okay? Instead of every week.
I think
That
doing
would be-
trash every other week would be too much.
But recycling.
Especially in the summer.
But I think maybe recycling would be, and mosquito, I really don't want to cut that.
I don't want
I
to
don't
cut
wanna cut
mosquito
that
either.
either.
No,
That's-
neither do I.
So,
So what were the other options?
well, now we're into cuts, departmental cuts, people cuts likely so when you have this kind of deficit that we're trying to close, it's not going to be in the cut the supply line by $1,000.
Right.
We're into several employees.
Yep.
And so that's where I'd be looking for folks to think about, because just doing whatever we would be doing with the recycling isn't going to get us there.
I guess I need to see the money from free cash going into the stabilization accounts. I'd like to see how you've already apportioned that to some to the school and what we're putting in, because I would be on a 1-year basis, I would be willing to say, don't put anything in any of them and just distribute that to supplement, so we don't have to cut people on the town side.
But that's a one-time expense.
Right.
And it's all free cash, mostly money.
Yep.
So it's still not addressing the operational need.
Correct.
And I think that's what your underlying issue is.
Correct.
But I think, Tom, that broadly speaking, I mean, although we are talking about the whole budget, right, we have a little more oversight over just the town, the non-educational services, let's say it that way. And one of the slides you presented earlier, when we were talking about the budget last year, we were under the framework that the school portion of the budget was 53%. And then a slide I saw today brought it up to like 58%.
55.
55.
Well, 55 plus Monty Tech at 2.5.
Yeah, the Monty Tech.
That's kind of what it's always been.
Okay.
Yeah.
So.
It fluctuates 1% higher and lower over years here and there.
So something I kind of didn't finish the thought process on, because I was responding to another member's visual response to me, was that, but I think it's relevant here, is that I started it, was that, over the last 20 years, 20%, our town's grown by 20%. The exception is the school department. They have decreased by 10% over the same period of time. There are less students in the schools today than there were 20 years ago, but their costs have exploded. And my caution is, that we don't, I can't imagine us ever going to the school department and saying, you need to fire a teacher, so that way we can hire a police officer. It shouldn't work in reverse either. That I think that they have a very significant budget, but we can't go across the board to try to balance 55% of the budget. But on our side, we absolutely can. And so if we are having a shortfall, to me, we do an across the board. And yes, you got to kind of do it with the scalpel, but I think that could very well be where we're at.
I think
that's why, again,
we're into people.
And I respect that and understand that, but I think that again is a voter decision. I do think in a democracy you can make the case. I know, I understand that if you want a successful campaign for an override to pass, it takes a while. But I think a reasonable person can sit there and hear, like, if we do not do this, we will have to fire this person, we will have to fire that person, we will have a reduction in services. I think voters can still make an informed decision to say, I don't want that to happen, or I do want that to happen.
So here's why I'm hesitant to go to people, okay? We have a staffing plan in the police department that's been put on hold. We have the fire department asking for additional staffing. We have needs in finance that we are not meeting. We just had a discussion about the HR, assistant town manager procurement roles. We know that there's some small staffing increases at the library. We know that there is we don't know it yet because we didn't get to that slide, but 2 part-time positions at the Council on Aging being merged into one that has some associated costs. We have not grown at the level that we should be growing, and so the work is being outpaced.
If I have to choose between roads and people, with how lean our staff is, I choose people all day long, every day.
Well, I would choose savings, money we've already set aside for these kinds of situations.
Can I run some numbers? One, to confirm my understanding, and two, to put something out for food for thought. So the proposal that we discussed earlier was to take 100,000 from the general purpose stabilization, 250,000 that would go towards the special purpose stabilization. So it's 350,000 that we talked about giving to school. That leaves us with 383,000 in free cash, starting.
Well, we talked about giving a little bit more.
A little of that free cash, but.
150,000 of that starting free cash.
Okay, but let's just leave it at 383,000 for now. We are talking about reducing the pavement management plan by 200,000. So we have to find $200,000 on the municipal side. Maybe the recycling can save some money. It's not gonna be 200,000. Would we consider taking, maybe not all 200,000, but a chunk out of that 383,000 of free cash?
We certainly could for a one-time solution. It doesn't solve the problem that once it's gone from the operating budget.
Gone.
Yeah, it buys us all.
It buys us time and it saves people.
And
I mean, none of these are good.
And so with that, I guess my response to that, my initial response is, if we're only doing that for 1 year, I think that the pavement management plan is not necessarily impacted by 1 year reduction in those funds. If you look at Bill's slide, right? So why would we supplement with one-time funds, the whole thing, Unless there's a philosophical change, that the pavement management plan is going to live outside of the operating budget, and it's going to live with what we can afford every year in free cash. We'll make a determination of what we can afford, and that's the supplement.
And that's how, unfortunately, I think that, that if you do that kind of stuff, that's, as I've dug into why Fitchburg's rose in the situation that we're in, it's because of decisions, similarly that.
So none of these decisions are easy, but I do need to grab need to grab my charger, because this thing's.
I wanted to ask the chair, because I know, I am not at peak efficiency, this late into a long workday, but I wanted to ask, I know that we had, at this stage of the game, it sounds like I'm a little surprised by the depth of, and I feel like got all the information in advance, but I'm a little surprised by what I think is a need for continued robust discussion on this. But we are up against a deadline that I think we may need to explore some flexibility on, which is the date of town meeting.
Yeah, and something.
Because I don't see how we can hash all this out realistically in the next week or so and hit all of our timelines for May.
Jen
I
has
know
been in
coming
contact
here-
with town council about that, and when she gets back up here, she can speak to,
What's the question?
Changing the
pushing
date of
town
Oh,
meeting
that's
back.
a great question.
Yeah.
So, as I was listening to the school committee meeting the other night, it occurred to me that part of our problem is time. That's part of why we are up against things. And so I reached out to town council to see, are we allowed to change the date of town meeting? And the answer is yes. So it's not in the charter, it's in the bylaw. The select board can vote to change the date of town meeting. That said, you have articles on this warrant potentially that also need to go to the ballot box. And so if we change town meeting, are we also changing the date of the election? Or is the election going to happen before town meeting? So it is possible to change the date of town meeting. But you should also consider those other ramifications.
Could we just, at this point, think about pushing it back a week?
Or
And give
2 weeks?
ourselves a week? Well, I mean, I'm not trying to extend my time on this board past May 13th, but,
So
not that I know the date, but, no, I mean, I think, we've all done some
election
good
date?
service, but it's
The
gonna be
election's the
harder.
third.
Yeah, the
Saturday.
election's
Third
that
Saturday.
So if we push it back two, it
Election's
would
the
be on the same
17th,
day the
town meeting's
election.
the 3rd.
Right.
Yeah.
So it would either have to be one or.
If we were to push it back 2 weeks and have them overlap, well, then they shouldn't overlap.
They should not be on the same day, yeah.
No, I meant pushing, why can't we push both 2 weeks?
Push both.
Other than, you don't want to.
So I haven't asked, I would have to follow up with Adam about, can we change the date of the election?
Election, yeah.
You voted the date, though, right? You voted I'll have to check with Adam, but
Okay.
That Artisans Fair was a Saturday in May. I think the Saturday in between.
it is,
Wasn't it May 10th?
it's May 10th.
May 10th.
Yeah, it's not gonna work.
But it would if we pushed.
Moving town meeting to May
It would if
10th.
we did 2 weeks though, because then town meeting would be on election day, and then election day would be 2 weeks later.
Right, so
We have to
town
move
meeting would be on the
election.
17th, and election would be on the, Memorial Day weekend.
Memorial Day weekend, yeah.
Do we need 2 weeks in between?
No,
So couldn't we do,
Yeah.
move town meeting 2 weeks and move the election 1 week, so that we would have them?
another option would be to have town, this is not gonna be popular, but none of this is, so why not throw it out there? You could have town meeting start on May the 3rd and take up all the non-budgetary articles, the zoning articles, maybe even the borrowing articles, but the actual operating budget and the stabilization funds articles, and then have town meeting continue to another date. Not popular, but
I think
Yeah,
it makes more sense for it to be 1 day.
yeah, I do too.
If we, say we find a way and we're able to push it a week or 2 weeks, is that really going to give us that, is it worth it? Do you
It's 2
think,
weeks.
you think that amount of time, we could get some real change?
is it worth it for what? Is it worth it to come up
What do
with
we
an
hope to
override figure? Right, that's,
What's the point?
right, I think that's, you know, is it about just having more time for this body and for the school committee to have an enhanced dialogue? If that's the goal, then yeah, that gives us more time to have that dialogue. If it's with the hope that in 2 weeks, additional time, I could come up with a 3-year forecast, no. So.
I think it's to have more dialogue, to better understand this. I mean, you know, we're at a position where we have to make these recommendations pretty soon. And it sounds like, you know, we're still negotiating through the budget. And I just think it may be beneficial here to maybe give ourselves a little bit more time, even see, you know, how much we can add. And I know we also had vacation, sickness, so, you know, we've had a little bit of not the whole board being here, and I think by tradition, we like to operate as a full board for major decisions. I think there's a benefit in maybe adding another meeting too, but giving
Well,
ourselves.
if it's for us to have, if the goal is for us to have more discussion, I'd be more willing to say, let's have additional meetings and not move town meeting. We keep town meeting because we want people to keep the day open, and if we tell them to change it, there may be people who have not gone on vacation, not done stuff that they're going to do the next week, that, you know, we're changing a month, 2 months out. You
If
know.
we just want more time to go through all this stuff, then I think we should just add additional meetings.
Okay.
I would agree.
And perhaps single agenda item meetings?
Absolutely, yeah, just focus.
Well,
on
just this.
warrant,
Yeah, that's it, exactly, that's
budget.
just this, that's it.
Exactly.
Because again, Mr. Chair, I know we have more to go through tonight. I'm just acknowledging that I'm kind of losing.
You're losing steam?
I get that, and I mean, it's relevant in what we would be talking about next, which is going through the warrant, right? So I'm assuming that we might not want to do that tonight and maybe try to schedule another meeting to just dedicate to going through the warrant. That's an option.
If I may, Mr. Chair, I think that if we wanted, with the hour being what it is, if we wanted to accomplish something that would be more beneficial, I guess it would be that we pause the budget discussion.
And then go to the warrant.
And talk about that warrant, yeah, if you're so inclined.
So I have a question about just the presentations, your presentation, budget presentation, and the departments to FinCom. Are they on the town website? Because I can't find them.
Mine is.
Where's yours?
I'm pretty sure it was posted
It's
somewhere.
like
I'm trying to just search on FY '26.
Yeah,
nothing.
so under town manager,
The search function is, leave something.
so under town manager, if you go in the blue bar to the left,
Yeah,
it says town meetings and town finances. Don't expand that, just click on it.
okay.
And then you have FY '26 budget documents, but I will have, so you have this presentation there, I will have,
Okay.
Staff
Add the
upload all
other,
the
that would be
departmental
helpful in trying to
requests.
think of, to see the other departments who have presented to FinCom already. And on the line item budget that you put in our SharePoint, where is it? I'm looking at the first tab, FY '26 Omnibus Budget Revised. Line 351 is still showing a 2.79% increase for schools, not the 3.6.
okay, I'll check with Desi on that. Line, say,
351.
line 351.
It's Department 300, School Department line.
I'll have them check the formula that that's pulling from the right cell.
All right, what else do you want to cover on the budget tonight?
Give me a sec. I think there were a whole heck of a lot of major increases with a lot of the other lines, except for non-discretionary. Worcester County Retirement has a $264,000 increase for 12.44%. That is to be anticipated going forward every year as similar rates. I know I shared this with some of you, but in speaking with our insurance provider, the 14.8% increase is expected to hold in future years. This is not a blip. This is the new normal.
Say that again?
So the 14% 14.8% increase that we received in health insurance, our provider is saying that that is not a blip, that's the new normal. And it's largely being driven by GLP-1 drugs.
Have we looked at the high deductible health plan option?
Yep, so she did provide some rates on that. It would need to be bargained.
Is PEC, because that falls under? Are they looking at, that's something?
I've kind of heard without having the full discussion that that's not ripe for this year, that would be not.
Non-starter.
A non-starter. It's difficult to have the following conversation, but I think we need to have a conversation over the next year about changing our splits. This isn't good for anybody, right? So we need.
What do you mean our splits?
So our percentage.
The share of the employee to.
The premium.
So right now, it's, what is it?
75-25.
Yeah.
And I think we need to have a discussion with the stakeholders about a 70-30. That's very difficult when they, on their 25%, are experiencing directly that 14.84% increase to their 24%.
Right, and
Well,
So it's a pay reduction, it's a direct pay reduction.
Everybody
It's a pay
is,
reduction.
I had a conversation, maybe this is where I may insert it. I had a conversation with Representative Kushnerek about 2.5 and how, we're living in this structured environment in which, we hear about transportation costs in the schools that are mandatory, but there's no controls that force them to have a limit on profitability or have to go through some kind of, approval board similar like public utilities. And so they can just keep increasing profitability by 13% a year and no one can ask any questions. And then you have health insurance where, you have such a high percentage of the budget is salary. And you have health insurance going up at 14% a year, but we're in an environment which things only go up by 2.5%. And then you have to go to the voters, and it's like, why don't you guys have built in a system here that says if we're getting some of these huge line item increases like health insurance, automatically that we should be able to raise or to go to it. And the other underlying thing, because I know that there have been comments about the lack of support from the delegation, and then I'll share a conversation again that I had with Mike, was just about the way the State House actually works, which you know this better, which is it's leadership-based organization. And we vote for elected officials because we want them to do stuff for us today. But they're in a system that they're not able to do anything for us today. They have to toe the line and follow the leadership, and hopefully for 2-3 more terms, then they'll have enough clout and can make some incremental change in another area. But that is not what the average person expects a democracy to be. And that we have to bridge this divide better. How do we're in this environment where it's like we're literally like scrounging around looking for, I think so said, pennies in the couch. And we have a structural issue that we're under, which is we can only increase by 2.5%. And I'm not pro taxes, but I'm pro a balanced budget.
And I think that in my assessment, that I don't put any stock in Beacon Hill coming to save any of us anytime soon. That's not to say that we don't have strong advocates fighting for us on the Hill, because I believe we do.
I think we do.
But you're absolutely right that they are constrained by the system that has been established on the Hill. And I think that, I'm going to kind of talk about this in a different setting, but in the 40B setting, right, where there's been calls for some real change there's a hesitancy to even open up the box, because once you open up the box, it's a mess. So I think, Prop 2.5, Chapter 70 funding, but I think that the message is starting to resonate that this is unsustainable. But I do think that it's going to take probably 5+ years for the solutions to start catching up.
Okay.
That's unless the bottom falls out, right? But I would not be surprised if the economy does what some are saying that it's going to do, that we don't have a balanced budget and that we get funds from the state and that we are looking at 9C cuts potentially, either this year or next.
I mean, I was gonna ask you the question, and now I will ask the question, I wasn't going to. So, when you went over Chapter 70 money, do we have any idea how much of that comes from the federal government? Because if we talk about shutting down the Department of Education, how much of that ain't coming here, or anywhere?
So, in speaking with the superintendent, as things stand right now, the types of funds that we receive from the federal government, she is not concerned that we are going to lose things as stated right now. The concern is if people start looking at states or programs and saying, your school funds this kind of program, you run this kind of program, or your state is one of these states, you're on the chopping
Well,
block.
that's my
Right.
point.
Yep.
I mean,
But
since
it's
we
not-
live in
it's not
a blue, one of the bluer of blue states.
Right.
And we have a rather, an administration who is not happy with blue states and has targeted them already, I don't think it's going to get less, it's going to get more.
And so it's not the Chapter 70 funds, it's the Title I funds.
Okay, well.
But,
That's why I was asking how it's structured. I never had to ask the federal government question before, right? Because it was.
Throw money out.
No. Yeah, I guess some people could look at it that way. But, I mean, now I do. Now we have to, and, it's, if things are going in the trajectory, stock market wise and everything that they're going to go, maybe we should all Google, Hooverville for Dummies and find out how to build our own little town under a train trestle somewhere. Because it's unsustainable.
No, and I.
14% interest, 14% increase this happened like 20 years ago. Or, yeah, about 20 years ago when I started. They were like 10, 11, 12%, like several years in a row. And it was brutal. You cannot fund that. You cannot plan for that. You can do a 2-year plan and it'll blow out of the water. Forget about a 4 or 5-year plan.
And I think, just to bring the point home, for those who are still with us tonight or will be watching this tomorrow, there is nothing special and unique about what's happening in the town of Lunenburg.
Exactly.
This is happening across the Commonwealth to communities that this has never happened to
happening in
before.
Concord.
Yep.
And that is unheard of.
And so, all of the same cost drivers, when you talk to any of these communities, school transportation, special education out-of-district placements, health insurance, retirement, and that's it. And that is what everybody is up against it with this year, and that specifically, that not anybody's fault, but that it is the costs on the school budget, the transportation and special education out-of-district placements that are really becoming unsustainable. And so I just wanted to kind of drive that point home, that we are in this with many. It doesn't make it easier, but it's not, for folks listening at home, it's not that anybody did anything wrong. This is just where we are.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, I heard Fitchburg is facing 5 million in cuts, overall, and of course they have migrant population there and things that we haven't had to figure out how to fund and manage.
All right, want to move on to the warrant now? Ready to take a first pass of the warrant?
Okay, so not on the draft warrant is potentially an article if we are going to supplement the pavement management plan with free cash this year. And I have, based on the retirement notification coming in that I spoke to earlier, I have asked the finance director whether or not it's time that we establish a compensated absence fund, and he believes that it is, and so he's working on language for that. We have to find out if we can establish the fund and fund it in the same year, but what that does is when you have somebody leaving service of the town, and you have to pay them out for their benefits, vacation benefits, sometimes that's budgeted for, and that's great that so-and-so is retiring, we're gonna have this payout. But when there's an unexpected separation or an unplanned separation, it's a fund just for that vacation payout. So those are two things that are not on here. What is on here and is coming off is the Historic Commission APDC article. So they are withdrawing that article for the sole purpose of working with town council over the summer months to have a different article. I think that it wasn't necessarily drafted in a way that is going to work. So starting at the top, reports of officers and committees of the town. We know Stormwater Task Force is planning to give a report. I think some other folks might also be giving reports here. And I just have these listed ABC for now. They're not in necessarily any particular order, but Article B, this is a fail-safe mechanism that I added that if, for whatever reason, revenues are not coming in as anticipated, it allows us to go and borrow in anticipation of those funds. And similar to that, the next article, Article C, is to allow us to expend funds in anticipation of Chapter 90 reimbursement. So those are two just kind of housekeeping articles. Next article is the revolving funds article. They're highlighted only so that if we need to change the amounts, it's just to call it out, but that's...
But these are the existing amounts, right?
This is the existing
Okay,
amounts,
all
right. So the two new ones on the bottom, the Council on Aging meal site and Parks programming accounts from last couple town meetings. Article E is to pay bills from a prior fiscal year. At this point, we have none.
Somebody will find one.
They
always find one.
always come, or they'll,
$50 from somewhere.
it does require a 4/5 vote at the annual town meeting and a 9/10 vote at a special town meeting, so. The standing article for budget adjustments within the current fiscal year, so those are unknown at this time.
Sorry.
The next is to close out those, we talked about this earlier, to close out those accounts from this current fiscal year with free cash, so snow and ice, unanticipated special education move-in, and to close out that CARES grant. Next is Article H, which is, you heard me allude to it a little bit earlier, the FY 2026 capital program. So the two projects that were not fully vetted by the CPC, I believe are number 5 on here, Town Hall HVAC upgrades, and number 12, Town Hall window replacement. So if the building design project moves forward at town meeting and then at the ballot box, we would either be not going forward with those we would not be going forward with those projects and either utilizing those funds on other items that fall short, or reappropriating those at a future town meeting.
Just to give a clarification, the Municipal Building Design Committee, as I understand it, I can verify, but we assumed that since this was on the capital plan, was going to get funded, that it was not in the...
Oh.
So the HVAC was, but the windows here were not.
Okay, so the HVAC is, but the windows are not?
Correct.
Okay.
Those were assumed that they were going to get funded.
Okay.
Can I ask about lines 13 and 17? Vehicles, compact backhoe for DPW and the 1-ton truck, were those discussed as possible uses of Chapter 90 during the capital planning? And I'm looking at Tom because he's...
Yeah, I don't know about the discussion in capital planning.
There was a discussion, yeah. Again.
Could it be?
So, just to be clear, because we have this discussion every year at capital planning's job is not to decide where the money comes from.
Okay.
We decide is what the priority of the list that we're given, and we prioritize them across the town. And then where the money comes from is up to the town manager and the DPW and the department. So certainly, that could be done. Right now, you could say, because Bill still has his program for the $2 million, you could say, let's take this out, so that.
That's $185,000.
Right.
Those two.
But then that's $185,000 that's not going on feet or miles of road work or.
No, that's not the pavement management.
No,
That's
no.
just-
Chapter 90.
He has $2 million that he has a bunch of projects.
Right, what I'm saying is, if you use funds from Chapter 90 to purchase these items, you're not doing some other road project.
Yeah.
Well, we're getting an
Yes,
extra
but he has- But he has a
200,000.
list of things over 5 years.
Yeah.
And you can just take out the bottom one, and then we have 5 years to try to get the money back or whatever. Again,
And we're-
it does buy time, and it is.
We're getting an extra $200,000 in Chapter 90 this year.
Right, so that would be a good place.
I'll talk to Bill about it, yeah. The next item, Article I, so, I don't know, Tom, maybe you have a little bit more, I talked to Peter Beardmore a little bit about this, but it's the Lunenburg Middle High School Track and Field Complex. For some reason or another, it was not discussed in Capital Planning Committee. I don't really know where this stands, but it's sitting here as a placeholder.
So there's a huge drainage problem in 2 locations, as I understand it, if I captured this correctly, which is, there's a retaining wall, and water is coming back, and the whole wall is leaning, and at some point, there won't be a wall, there'll just be what was a wall. Also, there's been considerable amount of pooling of water on the field that I believe their engineers, who we had look at it, consultants, have determined that when we resurfaced the turf field, they used a different material that required a different drainage subfield. And they used the one that was already there. And it does not work, those don't work together. So underneath the surface, the whole drainage would have to be, the underlayment would have to be redone. So that's what these 2 things are for.
And so, do you think CPC is going to take this up if there's another meeting? Was it just a matter of time that it wasn't? I guess I'm wondering why it's not living within.
So it missed, again, I don't,
How does that happen?
it's in the meetings. It
Yeah.
did not hit, or it got put very low on the list.
Got it.
I'd have to look at our list. I think it got rated lower by the whole team. Individuals put it higher, okay? But the aggregate, the composite scores put it lower. And then all of a sudden, it became something that they wanted to put an article for. I don't know who put the article on here.
Superintendent and school committee.
Right. So this has happened in the past, when things don't go, I mean, this happened with an air conditioning units. Again, I'm not supportive of things outside of this, and again, wasn't discussed.
And so, there's no appropriation set aside for this.
Right.
So the article is here, but the roughly $100,000 to fund the article.
Right.
There's no appropriation.
I'm one person who rated it high.
100,000?
As an individual.
Roughly, yeah.
It's a big engineering study. So I rated it high, the rest of the capital planning, as is their prerogative, didn't rate it as high, but it didn't make the cut. And if it doesn't make the cut, then that's why you have a committee. People don't always get what they want. And now it's here. I don't know how it got on the warrant, I mean, obviously not from the CPC.
So, when we talk about the free cash, none of that is going here.
Right.
So,
So it's an unfunded article
it's an unfunded article.
from
An unfunded article.
I'll leave it alone.
Not an unfunded article is next one, Article J, authorization to fund special projects. We had talked about this earlier. Then we have Article K, Marshall Park debt exclusion. Article 11, municipal building design debt exclusion. Okay.
This is the crescendo before the intermission. This is like the end of the first act, these 2 articles. There we go.
These are at the end. This is going to be a long day.
Lunch between L and M.
I was going to say, what is the longest you've ever gone?
I don't know.
Because we might be.
Oh, no, M is the budget, so no, we can't have it, yeah.
Then M is the budget, right? N is the amendments to the salary, the SAP plan. This probably warrants its own discussion on the salary portion of that chart, the chart of wages.
Have we seen anything about this?
Yeah,
That's why,
exactly.
that's why it's.
I was gonna ask that too. How are we doing this without a personnel committee again?
So
I think, I mean, I know we don't have a personnel committee, but we can't not do anything with the SAP. I just didn't even know this was on the table in terms of what.
So there's, on this one, there's some change titles potentially on here, but this has not been fully discussed with this board, obviously. And then the next one is the salary adjustment. So it's really the salary
The personnel
adjustment.
committee when there is not one.
What's that?
We are the personnel committee when there is not a sitting personnel committee, correct?
Yeah.
Right, on that?
That's my understanding.
So,
So we definitely need to have more conversations about this.
yes. Holiday pay for call firefighters after the SAP adjustments. I just want to jump back actually for Article O. I think I said it earlier, but whatever the increase is here is in that salary reserve.
Is in the salary.
Is in the salary reserve.
I'm assuming we're gonna get some kind of spreadsheet about what the impact of this article by itself is
Yep.
going to be. Okay.
Yep, I think that you probably need to have Julie come and actually walk through that.
Is she going to present to FinCom too?
FinCom is done hearing departmental budgets. So they are,
If we are going to have a proposed change to the SAP, you know, we did have some changes at our, was that our special? It was a special town meeting. I think we need a presentation from Julie
Yep.
on whatever they are. We need a full presentation on whatever the changes are, because there was a lot of conversation around that.
Yep.
So I would like to make sure that we do have a presentation done on whatever changes. Obviously, this board has to have more conversations about it.
Yep.
With all of our time that we have. But I would like to request a presentation on that at town meeting.
on town meeting floor?
On town meeting.
Okay.
Because we don't have time between now and then to get that information out.
Right.
That's just, I'm one person, that's just my personal request. Without a personnel committee and without the ability to have meetings or have it, you know, the community have input, I think.
So Article M is really titles, 2 right now that we're talking about, but there potentially, with the retirement of Nancy, that there was going to be a third, but maybe not. So the Article M is titles, or N, sorry. Article O is the wage scale, right? So. The holiday pay for call firefighters article, this sounds like it's more than what it is. It has probably a smaller impact, but call firefighters who are working on a holiday, this would allow them to get paid time and a half on those holidays. But that really only applies to certain shifts. So it's a small impact, but it's to
It makes sense.
it's to get people to volunteer, right? Appropriation of free cash to the stabilization fund and special purpose stabilization funds are articles Q and R. OPEB is S.
OPEB.
OPEB, yeah.
It's
OPEB, yep.
It's OPEB in the.
Yep.
OPEB, oh, yeah.
I'm sure there's lots of things. Adam, I have not heard back from Adam, so I'm sure he'll find tons of
okay,
things. As well. So, so then the next article is just the sewer employee offset from the sewer enterprise to cover OPEB. Then the Article U is the sewer enterprise article, and lots of sewer here. Sewer, a transfer into the sewer capital reserve stabilization fund, a transfer into the I&I stabilization fund, and then a transfer into the reserve capacity stabilization fund. So all those came from the sewer commission. Solid waste disposal program enterprise fund. That's the offset there for the recycling. Water enterprise, PEG. These are all your traditional kind of articles, the article to fund PEG program. The transfer of cemetery funds, Article BB, the cemetery commissioners are pulling this, so this is off, Article BB. You heard about the floodplain map update earlier and the accessory dwelling unit updates. I think originally Chris had talked about that there would be 2 ADU articles, and now there's not 2 ADU articles, so just one.
Oh, okay, good, all right.
And then Articles FF and GG are the tax exemption articles that you heard the presentation on. Article HH is off. And then you have a petitioned article that is in your folders. And so that petitioned article, the clerk has confirmed that there are sufficient signatures on that for it to be considered properly petitioned. As this board is aware, we do not make changes to those articles. They come as they are. And so that will be on the warrant. And then just that compensated absence fund and potential, an article sitting there for free cash transfer for.
So we're definitely into the double letters.
So we're in at
That's why we
9,
have
out by
numbers,
what, 10:30
PM?
at night?
It's gonna be a long meeting.
Yeah.
And so you do use a consent agenda, right?
Yeah.
Yes,
we do.
So,
Yeah, so a lot of
Yeah.
this could be consent.
I hope.
although sometimes when there's any level of controversy at town meeting, then everything becomes controversial, even though it's not.
We have not had any controversy over consent calendar that
Okay.
I'm aware of.
Oh, don't say it.
Hey, she's already said we're not gonna go any more over the snow ice deficit, so it doesn't jinx it any more than she did.
All right, anything else on any of these topics we want to talk about tonight? All right.
Move that we approve all the articles. Oh, sorry, premature?
No, yeah. All right. Moving on, notice of right of first refusal for 100 Townsend Harbor Road. So we got the notice, and we have recommendations from all of the boards and committees. Planning Board found no planning-related uses, but did notice some agricultural benefit. AgCom expressed interest, Open Space also expressed interest, and Conservation Commission was not interested at all. I think at this point it's pretty clear that we do not have $400,000 to purchase this property, but is there any discussion on this tonight?
Just for the record, by the way, we don't, I don't even know where it is. I mean, I know it's 100 Townsend Harbor Road, so, but I don't know where it is. I'm trying to find it, but.
There's a big field.
The town, in such case, I'm not saying we should use it here, but just, we don't have to buy it. We could actually transfer our rights to buy it to an organization like the Trustees of Reservations or some other organization that could buy it on our behalf, or on their behalf, but without permission. So just so you know, I don't know that you do. And I'm not saying we should do this here. I don't really know enough about the property.
And didn't we talk about that at some point, and that there weren't options for that for some reason for
Well,
this
it's-
property, or?
So it's just that the purchase price is $400,000. And so if we are going to exercise our right, first of all, we need to put this on town meeting warrant to purchase the property. And then we need to appropriate the funds. So I think short of a third-party buyer, I don't know that despite every desire to acquire the property, that we have an ability at this time to acquire the property.
Yeah.
Trying to look at.
Do we have a response from Open Space in our folder? Let's see. I thought I heard, what's today?
So I watched.
How many
the
acres is
discussion.
it?
Yeah. It's 9 acres.
9 acres, I want to say, yes.
Is it this property here?
I watched their discussion.
No.
Renee, to answer your question, they expressed interest, but they didn't formally vote. For some reason, I don't think we actually received the recommendation, but I did watch the full discussion and.
Well, 9 acres
This
and
is a
it
big
doesn't.
field on the right-hand side
Yes.
It is, yeah.
for
Yes.
Yep.
Woodland.
Yeah.
Yep. Now I know which one it is.
Yep,
And 9 acres doesn't abut anything else we own.
no.
So it'd just be some freestanding thing, and we'd be landlords, and what would be the point?
All right.
As lovely as it would be to have the land and the open space, I don't see how, with everything else on the table right now, how
Yep.
we could justify the expense.
Right, I agree.
Or how we would fund it.
We would even, yeah, there is no way to fund it anyway, so. All
Mr.
right,
Chairman, is there Are you wanting to dispose of this item tonight?
Yeah,
then,
maybe we
And
can-
take the vote?
I was.
Get it off the agenda.
Thank you, though. Yeah. All right, so is there a motion then?
I would move that the board
Wait,
refuse, or I don't even know what.
waive.
Waive, our right of first, thank you. Our right of first refusal on 100 Townsend Harbor Road.
Second.
Any additional discussion? Those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously. All right. Any conversation on the Budget Task Force recommendations and next steps tonight?
The board may have an abstention for that vote.
Oh, you were going to abstain? from
Yeah.
that? My apologies. Any abstentions?
I abstain.
Okay. The motion passes 4-0-1. You should have said that, but, all right. Budget Task Force recommendations and next steps. Any discussion on this tonight?
Nope.
All right. Review list of,
Do we want to think about recharging?
yeah, I was going to bring that up, and that was going to be, when we do actually.
Recharging like us right now? Yeah.
Obviously, I think we understand that.
I was thinking about getting him a whole new battery.
I was laughing at him.
I think we have to wait till after the election, right?
Okay.
That's fine.
And the new
I
superintendent
mean, are we
comes
talking
on
about
board.
to look at an override, a comprehensive override? We would be
Yeah.
using the budget task force. I'm assuming that it's what we're talking about, right?
Yep.
Yep.
I agree. I think that with given that the year had such high turnover on both boards, I think it's really important for, board members to have a weigh-in on this. And I don't know if there's much capacity between now and the election anyway.
Yep.
Okay.
To get
I
going on
agree.
this.
No.
And
And to those remaining on the board and those remaining on the school committee and the new people who come on board, I would, again, as I said earlier in the meeting when we were having the joint session, you really want to start this
Right away.
early.
Yep.
All right, so we can pick it back up after.
Not easy.
Review list of upcoming vacancies for appointed boards, committees, and commissions for FY '26. Do we still want to do that tonight, or do we want to wait on that?
Wasn't it just a list?
Yes.
What is there to do on it?
You don't have the list yet, right?
So it
Yeah,
came,
it's
it's
here.
dropped in the folder, so I gotta give
Everything
Annie a lot of
dropped,
credit.
right?
She's been working hard to clean up kind of the status of the list of what's truly vacant and what's not. So this is in accordance with your policy to deliver you the list by March 15th. And now that said list has been delivered, it is now our task to go and advertise said list.
Correct.
Right. Do we want
That's
to?
a lot of said lists.
No.
Okay. So Michael Ray does not want to review it tonight.
I think I think I just need a little more time.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't want to be a broken record. I'm not functioning at my capacity right now.
Yeah.
So I think I just need a little more time to make any serious decisions.
My only question on this list, and also thank you to Annie to doing the work to getting this in here for today, is, are any of these people with terms expiring? Do we know if any of them are running again? Or are they all, that would be interesting to have.
I can answer this one. So based on our policy, I think that when we recrafted this policy, what we wanted was we didn't want shoo-ins, and we wanted to advertise vacancies. And so that was why we had pushed the timeline up, so that way we can advertise the vacancies and with just the vacancies. So that way it's not like, hey, incumbent seeking reelection, and then it's not until later in the process that we actually make a decision, and it's after the election, of who you guys want to interview for this, and do you want to call for interviews for all of it or not? But the idea is to afford people with, basically a month or so of time of notice that it's available.
With all of the tons of volunteers that we have.
But keep in mind,
Fighting for
yeah,
us.
exactly, I know. But we did this and approached this at a time when I think we were getting
Different.
much lower on our vacancy count.
Yeah.
And we wanted to encourage people to volunteer and,
Of the folks whose terms are expiring on June 30, 2025, I am personally not aware of any that are not interested in continuing. So I have not heard from anybody that they're done.
All right. So,
An 11 o'clock double negative was really hard to process, by the way. I'm not sure of anybody who isn't interested in.
And I'm
not
sure that's why you got the double.
all right, we'll hold off on reviewing them, but thank you for getting this together for tonight.
Thank you.
Minutes, warrants, action items, so we have a backlog now of minutes. Have we had a chance to review them?
Yes.
Yes.
I have not, but don't let that get in the way.
Same.
Okay. Is there a motion then?
I can make a motion to approve the minutes for January 15th, 2025. Should we do them all? Okay. No one's going to abstain. February 4th, 2025, February 11th, 2025, February 18th, 2025, and March 4th, 2025.
Second.
Any additional discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously. We don't have any warrants. Any new action items?
No, just getting all the department presentations on that site would be great.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Okay. Committee reports. Yeah. Renee, we can just skip you.
No.
I have none.
I don't have, Economic Development Committee has not met, Master Plan Steering Committee, the town manager has been working diligently, and I'm sure we'll have some updates at a future time.
No, but I'll have 3 next week.
All right. Superintendent Screening Committee met Monday night, and we had our orientation from our representative that we're working with from MASC, the Massachusetts Association of School Committees, who is helping us in the hiring process. And we are in the process of putting together all of our interview questions now. That's pretty much it. Upcoming meetings, March 18th, April 1st. Public comments. Any public comments from the town manager?
Wait, before we
Are we
move
gonna-
on from
Yeah.
meetings, are we
Oh,
going
yeah.
to be adding any special meetings to talk about some of this stuff? We just talked about that earlier, right?
Yeah, you're right. We could add the last Tuesday of the month, the 25th. That's an option.
I think if I can just interject here, adding on to an additional Tuesday probably doesn't get us to those discussions that we need to have
Okay.
before finalizing the documents.
All right, understood.
Can we do a Thursday?
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask, because that
Oh.
worked well for me.
I just got a dirty look. Somebody doesn't like Thursdays? Monday?
I don't know what.
Well, that's
Monday, Wednesday.
Oh,
I'll do Thursday if we can.
But then we would.
I want
lose
to,
you.
I just want to check Thursday, I just want to check Finance Committee, because they're posted
Oh, that's right.
through.
Are they posted for the 13th?
They've posted, yes, so Finance Committee is posted on the,
What about the
that's their
20th?
public, yes.
They're posted on the 20th as well?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, so
And so-
Thursday's not going to work.
And so I think in talking to Chris, just so the public's aware, I think they're probably going to repost the public hearing that they're going to have, I think they're not ready either to go on their public hearing, obviously. for the
Right.
third.
How about Wednesdays?
Yep. I can make Wednesdays work.
Yeah.
I think
So-
I have I know I have a work conflict one of these, but I don't have my
Okay.
work phone with me.
Well, obviously, we'd be looking at the 19th
Yeah.
anyway,
Yep.
so,
Yep.
For now, let's say go with it.
all right. So we'll go ahead and schedule
But
something for the 19th.
I'll verify, but I'm pretty sure I have my conflicts tomorrow.
Okay. Are we comfortable with just adding that one meeting for now, or?
I am.
Okay. All right, public comment. Any public comments from the town manager?
No, thank you.
Any public comments from the public? Mr. McLeod?
Glenn McLeod, 436 Reservoir Road. I wasn't going to make a public comment tonight because it is late, but just the the vote on the 100 Townsend Harbor Road, I just have a quick comment, so I'll back up first. I think I appreciate your focus on the shift for the fire department. I think that's critical, especially in this climate, the budget climate. I do appreciate your focus on that, and it needs to happen, and, keeping the budget in mind, I understand, but I do appreciate your focus on that. And I think at the Finance Committee, they talked about the enterprise fund as it relates to the receipts from the ambulance. And I think that was seemed like a pretty good route to research a little bit further. And, you know, I think that obviously will have a little bit impact on the free cash at the end of the year, but I think that's a good conversation to have. And again, I appreciate it still being a conversation. And the comment or suggestion of negotiating the split for the employees' insurance, I mean, that's just a no. I mean, that you just might as well ask them to cut their pay.
Yep.
I mean, that should be left alone. You know, concessions were made back years ago when it came from 90-10 to 70-25. I mean, that's just a kick in the gut for everybody. That's just a hard no. And moving on to 100 Townsend Harbor Road, I just think that vote was a little premature in that the town has 120 days to make that decision, and the community is invested in that property through tax credits that property has had. And I actually agree with everything you said, just, coming to that vote. But as the discussion that I was party of, being the junior member of the planning board, is that it just seemed there were other properties that came up before my time that I heard discussions about that were just clearly not desirable, and everybody kind of chimed in and said, yeah, no, no, no. But what I struggled with this, having the very same thoughts that you guys had, is you bring it before the community, what's the harm? It's their vote, some people, like some of the suggestions of, property, the use of the property, I didn't necessarily agree with myself, but the community sort of, in a strange way, owns a bit of that property already. So just my point is, I think that vote was a little early, considering the 120-day time frame that we've bought. The people of Lunenburg have bought that 120 days. And again, a comment I made is we do have to be mindful to the property owners, and something that we know is absolutely not of any interest. We should be thoughtful of them and pass as soon as possible. But I think this one is a little different. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, any public comments on Zoom? All right, seeing none. We also have an executive session scheduled tonight. Do we want to skip over that? Or do we still want to do that?
I don't even know what it's about.
I think it's
Could be about
continue
5
from
minutes.
last week.
5 minutes? I think we could do it in 5 minutes, just to.
I think if we don't do it now, when are we going to do it?
Right. All right, just wanted to ask. All right, so we are going to go into executive session. We will not be re-entering open session. So I hope everyone has a good night, and we will see you next week. All right, I move to enter into executive session and not to re-enter into open session pursuant to MGL Chapter 30, Section 21A3, to discuss strategy with respect to litigation if an open meeting may have detrimental effect on the litigation position of the town, and the chair of the board so declares.
Second.
Any additional discussion? This will be a roll call vote. Renee?
Aye.
Tom?
Aye.
Amanda?
Aye.
Michael Ray? And an aye for myself. We are now in executive session.